A boy named Alex suddenly falls into an unfamiliar world and is surprised to discover that he has received strange, almost unreal abilities. Before this, he lived the standard, dull life of an office worker. To be honest, he hated his existence, considering it a slowly smoldering hell. And then one day, a mysterious window appears on his computer screen, offering to go to another world. Alex didn't have time to click anything, so the system simply forcibly transferred him to a new reality. At first, he decided that he had simply passed out from exhaustion and was about to wake up somewhere in a hospital ward. Alex was skeptical about what was happening, convinced that this was just a strange dream and not real life at all. The first thing he saw next to him was a small liquid slime, which looked at him not threateningly, but almost in a friendly way. The guy was sure that if he died, he would immediately return to normal reality. Alex was in no hurry to do anything, but the system clearly wasn't going to wait patiently for his decision. A window popped up in front of him, informing him that he had mastered magical techniques and had received the Sage Tamer class. Looking around, he noticed an abandoned house nearby, in which no one had lived for many years. Alex initially just wanted to find a quick way to die, but inside the house, his attention was suddenly drawn to old books. He even thought about dropping a bookcase on himself, but then he remembered that the alarm clock would wake him up anyway. So he decided to take his time and take a quick look around this strange, vivid, and overly detailed dream. On the shelf, he noticed an unusual book related to ancient magical techniques. It was enough to scroll through a couple of pages, and the system automatically absorbed the skills from this volume. That's how he got incredible abilities. And just a couple of minutes ago, he was an ordinary office worker. His tamer skill grew literally every minute, and more slimes began to gather around him. Each of them obeyed his orders and shared part of their energy with the master. Alex really enjoyed feeling powerful, something he could only dream of in his past life. Everything seemed easy, almost like a game, although his body persistently reminded him that he was starving. Alex went outside and tried to find something to eat. The search was interrupted after a minute. A huge, frightening to the point of numbness, dragon appeared right in front of him. If all this were real, Alex would have died from the mere sight of this monster. But since he considered everything that was happening to be a dream, the fear disappeared, and he even decided to accept the challenge. One magical gesture was enough to activate a powerful meteor strike spell. The huge fire-breathing dragon, which had held the entire forest in terror, crumbled to dust in a split second. The flash was so bright that it seemed as if it could be seen even from space. There was practically nothing left of the dragon's body, only traces of complete destruction. Alex's magic was truly incredible, and he hadn't even started training seriously. Very soon he will understand that this is not a dream, and a real life full of adventures awaits him. His techniques continued to improve, and at some point, he even learned to communicate with slimes. However, after using magic strenuously, he felt completely empty. The mana charge dropped to a critical level, which meant only one thing: I needed to eat immediately. Over time, he began to enjoy living in the new world more and more, especially when compared to the dull office routine that had been driving him into depression for years. Alex lifted the slimes into the air and ordered them to urgently find him suitable food. They tried to explain that they could chew the leaves, but the guy sharply rejected the idea. As he mastered his abilities, he suddenly realized that he was able to control the minds of slugs. Through such reconnaissance, he learned of a giant boar that had been spotted on the eastern side of the forest. The monster sensed the threat and, with a roar, rushed to destroy the slimes. But if Alex was able to disintegrate the dragon, the boar certainly won't be a serious problem. With one spell, he summoned a furious desert storm that engulfed the monster. The mana charge was rapidly melting away, but the sage's power was still impressive. The boar lost consciousness for a moment, but then opened his eyes again. At that moment, he saw the approaching wave of death, which became the last moment of his life. The monster was destroyed, and with it, Alex received a new set of skills. He ordered one of the slimes to consume the carcass, while the others started a fire so they could roast it. Now all that remained was to find the nearest human settlement. It definitely had to be somewhere nearby. Alex lifted the slime higher so that it could examine the surroundings. Slime confirmed that there really is a city nearby, which means the adventure is just beginning. A few minutes later, Alex was already standing at the gates of the city of Faston. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a multitude of people of different races, professions, and ages. Particularly striking were the adventurers, fighters who battle monsters every day. But Alex was still only thinking about how to satisfy his hunger. Everything else faded into the background. At that moment, a huge, terrifying-looking warrior approached him. In fact, it turned out to be a good-natured thug named Henry. No matter how kind he was, caution was still his main rule. Seeing a guy in strange clothes, Henry decided to find out who was in front of him. Alex honestly admitted that he came from a dark forest full of aggressive monsters. Now he wants to use his abilities and become an adventurer to at least earn money for food. When Henry heard about magic, he just grinned. He didn't believe a single word. The warrior decided that he was facing yet another dreamer who dreamed of obtaining a license by deception. However, good nature prevailed, and Henry gave the newcomer some useful advice. He suggested that Alex go to the main building of the guild and take the adventurer's exam. Alex listened and immediately headed to the city center. There he saw crowds of people in combat gear. Some looked like green newcomers, others like veterans who had been through countless battles. The guild administrator, a girl named Lily, warmly welcomed everyone who arrived. To become an adventurer, Alex had to pass an official exam. First, you had to fill out a form with your personal information. He honestly copied the parameters from the system window without thinking about the consequences. People around him started whispering, considering him an outright liar. Lily had never met people with the profession of a sage tamer and such magical stats. She sternly asked Alex not to make things up and to rewrite everything again. The guy had to bend to the rules of the local world and do as the guild demanded. Then Lily reminded him that the main exam was tomorrow and he had time to prepare. But a problem arose. Participation required payment, and Alex had no money at all. Then he decided to take a risk and sell the carcass of that very giant boar. This act instantly turned the entire city upside down. People started screaming, panicking, and discussing the death boar that was impossible for ordinary fighters to defeat. Apparently, this was the first time something like this had happened here, and Alex was immediately surrounded by excitement. An experienced guildmaster immediately ran to the scene to figure out what was going on. When he saw the carcass of the death boar, he didn't believe that this skinny guy could have killed him. He doubted Alex was even capable of using magic. Something like that hadn't happened in decades. But Alex was calm and told the truth. He had nothing to hide. The sale of the monster brought him a decent amount of money and completely resolved his financial issues. Now he had money for the exam, rent for a room, and a full dinner. He was only reminded to come tomorrow and prepare well for the tests. After the experience of working in an office without days off, Alex was no longer afraid of anything and felt much stronger than before. All he wanted was to stay in this dream as long as possible and not return to the harsh reality. Looking out over the surrounding forest from the hotel, he suddenly felt truly free. The air, filled with the scent of flowers and the freshness of wood, literally made his head spin. Alex decided to send some slimes into the forest to conduct reconnaissance and gather valuable information. The guy really wanted to understand what was going on there and what skills he could use at a long distance. It turned out that the sage possessed radar technology and could track monsters anywhere. Right now, in the dark forest, a fierce battle was taking place between the strongest adventurers and frightening creatures. These people are called adventurers, and their race does not matter, because they are valued solely for their military merits. It looks like the adventurers are in trouble today, as the battle clearly didn't go according to their plan. A huge pack of white wolves broke the formation and created enormous difficulties. To his surprise, Alex noticed an old acquaintance among the fighters, the kind-hearted Henry. This guy and his team were fighting with all their might and could barely stand on their feet. The young sage couldn't just stand by. He wanted to intervene and change the course of the battle. 105. He saw that if he didn't intervene, Henry and his entire group would soon become wolf dinner. Alex's blacksmithing skills activated in just a second. One moment was enough to bring down a meteor shower on a pack of wolves. The adventurers did not understand anything, and decided that God himself had decided to extend a helping hand to them. This gave them strength, and they furiously rushed to finish off the wounded wolves. From that moment on, the outcome of the battle was decided. The monsters suffered a crushing defeat. At the same time, the sage felt that he had done absolutely the right thing. He was pleased to realize that his power was capable of influencing the reality of this world. For the first time in his life, he was not a pawn, but a full-fledged piece on the chessboard, and the feeling was intoxicating. The next morning, Alex woke up with the first rays of the sun and mentally prepared himself for a busy day. Opening the window, he saw that the city had already come to life and was filled with morning noise. From early morning, the guy went to look for new clothes. He remembered Henry's words about his strange appearance and decided to correct this little thing. After breakfast, Alex headed to the exam and met a master named Reggie. The master immediately warned that the exam would be very difficult, especially for beginners. Everyone looked at Alex as if he were a fool, because no one took the sage's skills seriously. This profession was considered the lot of losers who didn't really know how to use magic. Everyone around him thought that Alex was lying, and that the whole truth was about to be revealed. The black ball was supposed to show the level of magic mastery of each participant. Most of the newcomers had weak performances, but then the time came for the wise man. He calmly and almost timidly approached the sphere, and the master was already prepared to watch his failure. But the result amazed even the most stubborn skeptics. The magic ball simply shattered into pieces. This meant that Alex had demonstrated an absolutely incredible level of mana. Now, no one laughed. Everyone understood that they were faced with real talent. Reggie was reluctant to acknowledge his success and stated that the ball might have been defective. There were still other stages of the exam ahead, and the truth could indeed emerge later. To destroy a real magic ball, you need to have the skills of a dark wizard. Ordinary people are not capable of this, so the attitude towards Alex remained wary. It looked like he was some kind of magician, but in reality, the guy was just using his abilities. It's time for the second stage of the exam. Now there were no devices. You just had to activate magic and strike. When it was the sage's turn, everyone immediately tensed up. Everyone remembered his last stunt and expected something even crazier. He didn't have a staff and he didn't even say the spell out loud. But this was enough to create a powerful fire sphere and deal a crushing blow. Now Reggie himself did not know what to say and trembled like a frightened toad. To dispel any remaining doubts, Alex repeated the blow, doubling its force. After this, it became obvious that this guy was a true genius of the magical world. The other adventurers looked at him as if a hero from heaven stood before them. It was impossible to repeat his result, and his competitors felt sorry for themselves. Alex himself didn't even understand how talented he was. His inferiority complex was making itself felt. Now it's time for the third stage of the exam. After the hellish office life, everything that was happening seemed like an easy walk to Alex. Everyone had already demonstrated magic, and now it was time for martial arts. Close combat technique is a key skill for any self-respecting adventurer. To pass the exam, one had to defeat Master Reggie himself, and this was no easy task. The huge muscular giant rushed to attack, but was defeated in a matter of seconds. Everyone around realized that passing this exam was almost impossible. Only the sage did not doubt himself. He created a sword literally out of thin air. This clearly confused the master, although everything was just beginning. Thanks to basic skills and absorbed library knowledge, even though he didn't have thousands of hours of training, the system automatically absorbed martial arts. Once the fight began, he moved easily and naturally, as if he had been born with a blade in his hand. Just a few minutes were enough to achieve an unconditional victory. Reggie lost for the first time in months, but he didn't want to acknowledge the newcomer's strength. He offered Alex to go through an additional stage to get a higher rank. It wasn't mandatory, but having a high rank made it easier to get lucrative missions. After some thought, Alex agreed. Although those around him looked at him as if he were crazy, he had to spend several nights in a dark forest and risk his life for the sake of a high rank. To ordinary people, this sounded like madness, but to a genius, it was just another test. After lunch, the master and the novice went into the dark forest. Reggie warned that they shouldn't sleep at night. because monsters never rest. This was nothing new for Alex. He was often forced to work nights at the office. Once he even didn't sleep for 3 days in a row, so he had natural hardening. Towards the evening, the guy relaxed a little and began to get bored. The sage sent slimes to control the perimeter, while he himself immersed himself in dreams of the future. He wondered what would happen when he woke up. Would this exciting journey really end? Meanwhile, the master hid in the bushes, hoping to catch the young man by surprise. But as soon as he took out his sword, he was immediately discovered. One of the slimes closely followed his every move. There was no way such a primitive and even stupid trick could work against the sage. To catch this guy off guard, you'll have to come up with something much more cunning. In the middle of the night, the slimes began to move anxiously, telling Alex that someone was watching him closely in the dark. The sage instantly gathered himself, prepared to act, and without hesitation activated the magic. He illuminated the area with a bright flash and saw how an unknown person was trying to blend into the bushes and hide from view. You can't mess around with strangers in places like this, so Alex immediately braced himself for possible danger. To begin with, he decided to use the magical barrier technique to completely protect himself from sudden attacks. A dense energy shell surrounded him, preventing the enemy from getting close and delivering a hidden blow. After this, Alex confidently stepped forward and activated the magic grid, scattering it across the bushes. Within a moment, the stranger was immobilized, as if he had fallen into the cold embrace of death itself. But the situation turned out to be much less dramatic. In front of him was an ordinary spy named William. He was sent here to test each participant in the additional exam for attentiveness. Alex was far from the only one participating in the challenge. Many adventurers were trying to increase their rank. However, most took the task too lightly, completely underestimating the hidden threat of the night. A person standing night watch must be attentive to the point of fanaticism. Otherwise, the enemy may strike right in the back. William was considered the continent's best spy. But today, for the first time in many years, he was exposed. He intended to teach the young adventurer a lesson, but suffered an unexpected and rather offensive defeat. Now all that was left for William to do was return to headquarters and report on the guy who could safely be called a genius. The next morning, all the young adventurers were gathered in one place again for the announcement of the results. Regan began to read out the results, although most could barely hear him due to their monstrous fatigue. By the end of the night, the newcomers looked like cold corpses, and this was after just one sleepless shift. For someone accustomed to working at such a pace for many years, their condition looked almost comical. The vast majority of newcomers failed the task and completely failed the exam. Serious test for them, one for which they were clearly not prepared. But all this did not concern Alex in any way. His result once again exceeded all the expectations of his mentors. He became the only person in the last 15 years to pass the additional test and receive a B rank. This immediately turned him into a local superstar. Despite the fact that he was just starting his career, Alex had never encountered a ranking system before, so the whole structure was new to him. Returning to the guild, he didn't even think about taking a day off. Rest was the last thing he wanted now. In his previous life, he was an inconspicuous office worker whom no one appreciated and rarely noticed. Now every day convinced him that he really had a chance to start life with a clean slate. In this world, he felt special and eagerly absorbed every new opportunity. He didn't want to stop for a minute, so weekends were something meaningless for him. Having just received his license, Alex immediately began choosing his first task. The only available option was gathering magical herbs. Boring, but ideal for a beginner. The sage agreed without hesitation and set out on his first mission in this world. However, he returned within a few minutes, which greatly surprised the administrator, Lily, who decided that it was a prank. But the guy really did collect a huge amount of magical herbs in record time. He was helped in this by his small army of slimes, who were ready to carry out any order of the blacksmith. Alex's actions attracted the attention of not only Lily, but also most of the adventurers in the guild. If he continues like this, he will very soon become their local legend. In addition to collecting plants, he decided to kill several monsters along the way to sell their materials. Beginners usually don't risk attacking monsters so early, so everyone around was genuinely shocked. Alex's rank grew literally before his eyes, and soon the head of the guild himself became interested in him. John had seen a lot of talent in his career, but he had never met a genius like this. Apparently, Alex received extraordinary abilities due to his transfer from another world. He wasn't part of this fantasy world, so many of the local restrictions simply didn't apply to him. To dispel doubts, John decided to test the newcomer with the help of a magic stone. This stone worked as a lie detector. If the adventurer began to lie, it glowed with a bright light. But Alex didn't even think about lying. He just told the truth, and that was more than enough. After hearing the answer, John calmed down and gave him an improved version of the license. Now Alex could take on more dangerous missions, but first, he had to bring real benefit to society. Therefore, the leader sent him to the eastern mountains, where plants for rare restorative potions grew. These herbs had been in short supply lately, and it was up to Alex to replenish the supplies. After a short rest in the morning, he packed his things and set off on his second major mission. From that moment on, adventures awaited him that could completely change his destiny. A walk through the forest no longer seemed unusual to him. He was gradually getting used to his new life. The sage became accustomed to reality and learned to control his abilities, which made him truly unique. But suddenly he felt a familiar chill. His intuition told him that someone was watching again. Looking around, he noticed a huge white wolf ready to jump and sink its fangs into his throat. The angry and hungry monster decided not to waste time and immediately rushed to attack. But this was no problem for the magician. One precise spell was enough to stop the enraged beast. The wolf, which a second ago looked like the embodiment of rage, turned into a frightened and helpless animal. Thanks to magic, Alex heard his thoughts and clearly understood how the beast pitifully begged for mercy. This contrast shocked the sage, and he realized that he did not want to kill this monster at all. Instead of killing him, he decided to put him to good use. There was a long road ahead into the mountains. The journey there would take hours on foot, but only if you don't have live transport. Alex decided to use the wolf as a motorcycle, and he unexpectedly quickly got used to the new role. After a short trip, the wolf no longer wanted to return to the forest and hunt people. He became so attached to Alex that he began to beg to be taken into the team. Alex didn't mind, especially since he already perceived the wolf as his personal transport animal. He finally reached the desired mountain peak, but this did not mean the completion of the task. There wasn't a single holy leaf around, as if everything had disappeared or someone had harvested the crop long ago. Even dozens of slimes couldn't find the right plant, which looked extremely strange. Continuing his search, Alex came across a distant cave where he discovered an ancient inhabitant of this forest. Before him stood a dryad named Vanessa, a mysterious girl whose existence was known only to a few. The sage wasn't even nervous and didn't rush to attack Vanessa because the slimes instantly calmed him down and showed him that there was no danger. It turned out that these ancient slugs had long been familiar with the Holy Dryad and considered her their old friend. The meeting took place without any pathos or feigned importance. Everything was simple, homely, and surprisingly sincere. Thanks to Vanessa, it became clear that the Holy Land in the mountains is gradually dying due to the appearance of a mysterious dark man. He brought with him some kind of frightening stone, because of which living plants turned into dead, empty things. Now even Vanessa feels weakened and afraid to go outside. Although before her strength seemed endless, she asks for help and promises to remember the man's good deed for the rest of her life. The sage always had a huge amount of mana, so he shared his energy with the dryad without hesitation. When Vanessa regained her strength, her face immediately lit up with her former warm smile. After that, everyone went outside and went in search of that very dark stone. The artifact turned out to be filled with thick black energy, capable of absorbing even the brightest sunlight. We've already established that Alex is completely unaware of the rules of this world, so sometimes he acts as if he has nothing to fear. He easily picked up the black stone with his bare hands, even though touching it would have killed anyone. The boy didn't feel anything special, but he noticed a strange staff nearby, with which the wizard had transported the stone to the mountains. It seems that touching it directly is really dangerous, so the best option is to destroy the artifact with a powerful magical blow. Preparation took only a couple of minutes. You just need to activate the correct technique. First, Alex created a protective barrier to seal the stone and prevent the dark energy from escaping. After that, he delivered the first blow with the sage's sword, putting maximum force into it. The result was shocking. The sword was completely destroyed after a single blow. The stone didn't even crack, which proved what a terrible artifact it was. Due to his difficult life, Alex almost completely burned out his emotions and learned to keep a straight face in any situation. He rarely laughs and is almost never sad, like a ghost lost between worlds. Therefore, he did not start to panic and calmly continued to try out different magical techniques. It was necessary to find the exact magical antidote to this terrifying stone, but the explosions and meteor shower techniques did not produce any results at all. Even blows that could have leveled an entire continent did not cause any harm to the stone. It seemed that even a nuclear warhead could not penetrate it. Again and again, Alex amazed his friends with his incredible abilities and resilience. The wolf, who had lived in the forest for more than 10 years, had never seen an adventurer with such great potential. However, the stone continued to remain completely intact, which was beginning to be seriously annoying. It was only when the sage used the dispersal technique that everything finally worked out. The stone instantly turned into a white diamond, completely cleansed of dark energy. However, the liberated forces burst out in all their darkness. Dozens of monsters emerged from the diamond, just waiting for the moment to taste human flesh. If Alex hadn't created a barrier in advance, these creatures would have broken through into the world and caused a massacre. But he managed to activate a monumental explosion and destroyed all the monsters in one move. After this, not even ashes remained from the black stone and the monsters themselves. The problem was completely eliminated, and Vanessa immediately began to restore nature. She instantly revived part of the destroyed forest and sincerely thanked her savior. The dryad gave him a large number of rare flowers, for which he had come such a long way. The forest gradually turned green again and returned to its former life. Vanessa thanked the sage several more times, and from that moment on they became truly close friends. Alex left one of the slimes in the mountains to maintain constant contact with the dryad. Returning to the city, he noticed alarm in the eyes of the residents. Something had clearly happened. The wolf did not want to leave his new master and asked to become part of his team. Thus, the proud predator turned into a faithful and inseparable companion of the brilliant sage. As soon as I walked through the streets, it became clear that there were too many armed knights here. Something serious must have happened if people looked so scared. Lily expected the sage to return empty-handed, but when she saw the huge mountain of magical flowers, she was simply speechless. It's definitely not a fake, which means Alex will have to pay her the promised compensation. However, John was not at all happy because he was worried about the new bad news. A large flock of monsters has been spotted in a nearby town, and it's moving closer and closer. No one knows exactly where these creatures will go, so we need to prepare for battle immediately. Alex received an impressive reward, but he was not at all happy about it. He felt anxious and understood that a very difficult battle lay ahead. He immediately suggested sending slimes on reconnaissance missions. They are excellent spies, rarely encountered. He had over 100 slugs capable of controlling a huge perimeter. He also remained in touch with Vanessa, and just now she gave him some new disturbing news. One of the dark wizards has brought a black crystal to the mountains again, and this is an extremely dangerous sign. Alex finally made up his mind and told John the whole terrible truth, leaving no doubt. The guild boss turned slightly pale, and it was clear that this news had awakened old fears within him. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom that flourished and knew no problems, as if the world around it was perfect. But within just a few days, it disappeared after the mysterious black stone appeared, leaving only ruins and bitterness. Such situations should not be underestimated, because the wave of monsters can be much stronger than it seems at first glance. The next morning, Alex rushed into the forest, preparing to stop the threat that was approaching the city like a dark storm. To begin with, he decided to upgrade his mount, which had recently looked pathetic and emaciated, almost like a dead coyote. One magic spell, and the white wolf turned into a real monster that could star in superhero movies. He became so powerful that he could scout better than 100 slimes. With the help of a vast network of spies, Alex watched every movement in the dark forest, like a bird soaring above the chaos. To feel more confident, he decided to defend his hometown in advance, turning it into an impregnable fortress. It was necessary to accumulate maximum energy and create a barrier capable of withstanding the attack of hundreds of monsters simultaneously. With the help of slimes, he also discovered that a whole galaxy of evil creatures was gathering in the north, ready to sweep away everything in their path. They are rushing at breakneck speed, and there is almost no time left to think. Somewhere nearby, a dark wizard was hiding, plotting to poison the entire continent. Vanessa was in constant contact with the sage, like the eyes and ears of all intelligence, transmitting information about the enemy. Alex did not delay the matter and rushed to meet with the dryad, ready to act without delay. He noticed the same wizard in the black hood and instantly used movement magic, as if disappearing from sight. This was enough to catch the enemy off guard and grab his dirty hands, depriving him of control over the situation. All that remains is to use a familiar trick: dispel magic, which is capable of destroying any dark force. The wizard couldn't believe his eyes when the stone with the devilish power disappeared right before his eyes. It was a complete fiasco, but he was not going to give up. His pride did not allow him to retreat. He decided to act like a true arrogant hero, breaking the ampule of poison right in his tooth to commit suicide. It was disgusting to watch, because the suicide of a madman looked extremely vile and absurd. The wizard instantly destroyed himself, shouting as a last word that he would cleanse the world of evil, like the last fanatical cultist. These words were reminiscent of the ritual incantations of sectarians before summoning an evil god, and their ominous tone was felt throughout the forest. It was not possible to obtain new information, but at that moment, it no longer mattered. A real battle lay ahead. A huge flock of monsters rushed towards the city at a speed comparable to a hurricane, ready to sweep away everything in its path. It was necessary to run home and warn residents about the approaching threat. Otherwise, the city would perish. Alex informed the guild leader that in 15 minutes, there would be complete chaos and there was almost no time left. The city's most powerful representatives had already gathered in John's office to decide how to proceed. When the boss heard the news, he did something completely unexpected. He did something no one expected. Instead of preparing for battle, John declared that they needed to save themselves immediately while there was still a chance. There were too many monsters. There were probably more than 10,000 of them, and no strong man could stop this wave. At the same time, most of the adventurers did not want to leave their hometown and were ready to fight to the end. Alex watched all of them and felt the desire to protect these people because they had become almost like family to him. He stated that he could direct all his efforts for the good of the people and was ready to take full responsibility upon himself. To do this, he even preserved the bone of a legendary dragon, capable of creating dragon flames that would burn any enemy. This news completely turned the whole situation upside down, as if the world had turned upside down. Good-natured Henry said that he trusted the sage because he had already seen what he was capable of in battle. From that moment on, the band of adventurers was ready to take risks and fight for their homeland alongside the genius without fear of death. All that was left was to rush towards the monsters and win at least 15 minutes. This time should have been enough for Alex to do everything he had planned and save the city. The adventurers raised their swords and spears and fearlessly rushed towards their fate, shouting at their enemies. They smashed monsters to pieces without fear of any revenge or magical response. To destroy the enemies, Alex used a huge barrier technique that shone like a magical fortress. He understood that it would take almost all of his energy, but the result had to justify the sacrifice. Within minutes, the entire city was under a protective dome of the magical element, impregnable and shining. The monsters tried to break through, but to no avail, as if they were hitting a wall. Their strength grew, but it did not last long. The sage was in complete control of the situation. When they gathered in one place, something happened that no one expected. A fiery tornado swept them off the face of the earth. The monsters, who thought themselves invulnerable, turned to dust in a matter of seconds, as if they had never existed. Everything was so powerful that even the adventurers and the proud wolf trembled from seeing the sage's power. To finish everyone off, Alex used the explosion technique several times, as if destroying the world around him. His mana reserves were completely depleted, and he lost consciousness for a few moments. When he came to, he realized that he had missed the most pressing moments, but he calmed down when he saw the order around him. He had fainted many times before due to the strain and enormous responsibility. But now it was truly important. This time he only missed a few minutes, and everything was already under control. Most of the monsters were destroyed, and the survivors were finished off by adventurers. It could have been called a triumph. People lifted the sage in their arms and shouted that he was a new hero. A grand celebration has begun that residents will remember for many years to come. The city seemed to have risen from the ruins because no one believed that they could withstand the army of devils. During the celebration, John invited the sage into his office to discuss the Darkstones and their secrets. Alex told everything, especially about the wizard who committed suicide for the sake of his fanatical mission. John seemed to have heard similar stories before and finally connected the events together. Once upon a time, there was a cult of dark wizards called the Blue Moon. They promised to cleanse the world of evil by summoning monsters and beasts from all corners. Only the most powerful army of adventurers was able to destroy these sorcerers, and since then, no one has heard of the cult. But now someone has revived them, again trying to cleanse the world with dark magic. The most interesting thing is that Blue Moon used summoning magic to control events. It was thanks to this magic that Alex found himself in an alien world, lost in time and space. Perhaps solving the mystery of the Blue Moon will lead him to the person responsible for time travel. To find answers to all the questions, he decided not to get hung up on one thing, but to follow the trail of events. Having achieved success in a small town, he set out in search of something bigger and more meaningful. John said that there are other cities where there are even more and more varied missions for adventurers. That same day, Alex mounted his proud steed and raced off to meet new adventures. It was clear how much he longed for life, especially after all the defeats and mistakes of the past. 4 hours later, he found himself at a city whose name is known to every resident of the Empire. This city was called Kars, and here were the strongest adventurers, ready for any challenge. The first thing the sage did was go to the local guild to find out who he would be working with. He saw a huge, spacious building with many strong warriors ready for any task. It was nice to find myself in a large-scale place, because in the previous city, everything seemed modest and cramped. Alex asked for the most interesting mission that was available, not wanting to waste time. By showing his license, he got a chance to join a group that was already preparing to search for monsters. The group consisted of 3 above-average adventurers, each of whom could handle the danger. The tall and confident guy's name was Logan. He was the only male on the team, and a bit overconfident. There were also girls Tina and Lisa, friendly but self-confident and able to stand up for the team. Logan was unhappy that they had added a weak healer to their ranks and stated that he wanted nothing to do with him. He was sure that during a crisis, this guy was incapable of anything. The girls quickly put him in his place, warning him that they would refuse to cooperate if he continued to behave like a pig. They didn't mind having a healer on the team, as the priority was investigation, not preparation for a bloodbath. Logan didn't like this plan at all. But after a short argument, he had to swallow his ego and agree to take the sage on the team. There was nothing particularly complicated about their task, and it was explained to Alex quickly and clearly. It was necessary to get to the forest and find traces of the Earth Dragon, which was hiding somewhere at the foot of the mountains. Once the dragon is detected, the team must use a special artifact, after which the mission will automatically complete. The main role in this work was played by the skills of the researcher, and only then by martial arts techniques or magic. The whole team turned out to be quite friendly, except for the eternally gloomy and clingy Logan. Alex, as usual, did not show any unnecessary emotion, but tried to be as helpful as possible from the very first minutes. He sent his white wolf forward and also released slimes to patrol the perimeter. While walking through the forest, the sage was the first to sense that monsters were moving about 2 kilometers away from them. At first, no one believed his words, and Logan even called him a coward who was afraid of every rustle. From the outside, it looked almost funny. But in reality, the sage was incredibly strong. He just preferred not to brag. He turned out to be right. And soon the adventurers encountered a real pack of black wolves. This is where the real problems would have started. But Logan decided to fix the situation his own way. He rushed forward, killed the first wolf with lightning speed, and dealt with the rest with the same speed. No matter how unpleasant he was to talk to, this guy remained almost irreplaceable on the battlefield. His fighting skills came in handy, and the team moved on without further delay. By evening, fatigue had taken its toll, and it was decided to take a break. The adventurers found a free spot, explored the surroundings, and quickly set up a small camp. Quite unexpectedly, Logan showed himself to be a true gentleman and announced that he would take over the night shift. He had never behaved like this before, but it never occurred to anyone to suspect him. However, as soon as everyone fell asleep, Logan finally showed his true face and betrayed his comrades. Alex woke up in the middle of the night from loud screams that raised the alarm in the entire camp. The slimes noticed that Logan was trying to quietly leave the squad without even leaving a note. He didn't do anything spectacular. He simply abandoned his post and fled in an unknown direction. It looked strange, especially when he reached a small house hidden deep in the forest. He knocked on the door, gave the password, and was immediately led inside. Bandits had gathered in the house, planning in advance to rob the weakling adventurers. Logan was their rat. He was supposed to collect information and pass it on to the leader. He said that the two girls did not pose a threat at all, and the sage could not even be taken into account. The bandits planned to attack late at night, kill everyone, and take the money and equipment. Alex warned his comrades in time, and only then did they realize that there had been a wolf in sheep's clothing nearby all this time. Deep down, everyone felt that Logan wasn't who he claimed to be, but his performance was too convincing. Dozens of ideas poured out about what to do next and whether it was worth taking revenge on the traitor. Tina suggested leaving immediately, and Ilya was ready to personally execute Logan. The sage took a neutral position, but immediately declared that he would take complete control of the situation. He promised to solve the problem with the bandits using his new freezing technique. The slimes showed where the criminals were hiding, and then everything depended only on the sage. One icy blast was enough to turn the entire area into a mini ice age. It looked both beautiful and creepy. The bandits instantly turned into ice statues. Their health dropped to almost zero, so they were no longer a threat. The entire operation took just a few minutes, and Alex didn't even get close to the house. Then used the slimes to drag the frozen statues back to the base to show Tina and Lisa. The girls immediately tensed up when they saw the oldest and most dangerous of the statues among them. The man's name was George, and he was considered the most wanted bandit in the country. Even the royal guard tried to catch him, but he miraculously always escaped. And so an ordinary, wise man, who doesn't really understand local realities, dealt with him in a couple of minutes. After all this story, Tina reminded them that they needed to continue searching for the Earth Dragon. They could have returned home at any moment, but everyone needed the money, so no one retreated. We decided to move on, but rely mainly on the slime's reconnaissance. It all looked so extravagant that the girls couldn't get used to this spy technique for a long time. In the end, they decided not to ask unnecessary questions and completely trusted the sage. Sometimes when you meet someone like Evgeny Alex, it's easier to accept his quirks and pretend that's how things are supposed to be. But it wasn't always possible to ignore Alex's antics. They were too unusual. No one had ever used slugs as storage facilities before, so the shock reaction was not surprising. As the path became easier, the sage sensed monsters approaching around the perimeter. He didn't waste time explaining and immediately used his control over the slugs. At his command, each slime could attack using its own magical reserves. The fire attacks forced the wolves to retreat, and most of them died on the spot. Meanwhile, Tina was still wondering why there wasn't a single monster in sight. Alex honestly admitted that he kills monsters remotely, so as not to stain his hands with unnecessary blood. The journey continued until lunchtime, but then strange changes began to occur in the sky. It resembled a solar eclipse, but an uneasy intuition told me that things were much worse. The sage immediately contacted the slimes to understand what was happening ahead. At first they felt nothing, But then the slugs saw something truly creepy. In the middle of the forest, a black energy began to thicken, from which a monstrous mutant was born. It was a huge dragon, clearly looking for easy prey. Alex received categorical orders to flee and under no circumstances engage in combat. They had a small head start, about a kilometer, which could decide everything. If you used speed, it was enough to break away from the monster. All you had to do was choose the right direction. Otherwise, they would turn into snacks. Ahead of us stood a huge mountain, inside which ran a narrow gorge. They said that strong monsters don't go there because they physically can't squeeze through. The adventurers took a risk and went inside, having first sent a white wolf to scout. At first, everything went smoothly, although the dragon's footsteps outside sounded louder and louder. It seemed that he would definitely not be able to squeeze into such a narrow space, and success was almost within his grasp. But, as always, the perfect plan fell apart at the seams. As Alex and the team progressed, they began to notice many dead monsters. Someone had clearly interrupted them, and that someone was right here now. The atmosphere became denser and darker with each passing second. Suddenly, the slimes sensed danger and warned their master. Ahead of them was the very earth dragon they had been looking for so long. This meant that the adventurers were caught in a deadly trap. There was nowhere to run. There's an earth dragon in front and a giant monster behind. And that's the worst possible scenario. The girls panicked, although the sage remained calm, as if everything that was happening only amused him. He decided to take the fight and meet the threat head-on. Climbing up the rocks was pointless, and retreat was impossible. Having just arrived in this world, Alex had already killed dragons, so fear simply did not affect him. Thanks to that first experience, he gained confidence and thought that now everything would happen again. Lisa desperately tried to stop him, because earth dragons are some of the most powerful creatures in the forest. But the sage rarely listened to others, and the girls had to hide behind the rocks. What happened next is difficult to describe even in words. Time seemed to slow down, and Alex seemed to be the only living being. He checked his mana reserves, gathered all his strength into his fist, and released a devastating blast. Dust and smoke covered the passage, and for several seconds, it was impossible to understand what had happened. When the veil cleared, it became clear that the earth dragon had been reduced to a pile of charred bones. It was hard to believe, but the guy who called himself the Sage Tamer had just destroyed one of the most dangerous monsters in the forest. The dragon skeleton was no longer a threat. Its era was over. Lisa even thought that she was hallucinating because of fear. Their mission suddenly became incredibly profitable, although initially it only required finding the dragon, not killing it. There was no need to engage in battle, but it was too late to turn back time. The girls still felt that they did not deserve a reward for this dangerous mission, but Alex did not even listen to this and decisively put an end to their doubts. He reminded them that they worked as a team and therefore would divide the money strictly equally, without unnecessary modesty or excuses. After a short discussion, everyone agreed to return to the city immediately to report the impending threat. All that was left was to get out on the other side of the gorge and carefully go around the sleeping dragon. Within a few hours, the entire guild knew that a huge monster would soon be moving towards the city, and the relaxed atmosphere suddenly evaporated. People were still resting and going about their business yesterday, so no one was even close to being ready for a real fight. The guild leader greeted the news with obvious irritation, as he had planned a quiet family evening today. Not another apocalypse. The locals call him the pirate, after he lost an eye in an old battle with a group of bandits. Upon hearing of a mythical rank dragon, he initially simply laughed and declared that such monsters had long since become extinct. But when Alex used slimes to create an accurate magical portrait of the monster, Pirate's laughter instantly disappeared. Now he had no doubt that the city was indeed facing disaster. He ordered an immediate convocation of a council of war and the gathering of all who were capable of bearing arms. It was also necessary to send several scouts to calculate the exact date of the dragon's approach. Meanwhile, the adventurers, who had successfully completed their part of the task, patiently waited for their well-deserved reward. They passed a lie detector test, fully confirming that their story was not an exaggeration. They were initially paid a reward for the destroyed monster, but this was only the first point of reward. Thanks to Tina, Alex also brought with him those very same wanted bandits who had been hiding from the Empire for many years. Now these legendary criminals, turned into ice statues, will finally go to prison. The reward for their capture was enormous, and the guild could not ignore it. The girls were already calculating the possible profit, but then Alex pulled out the body of the destroyed monster, completely stunning the administrator. The guild administrator admitted that she had never seen just 3 adventurers complete quests of such a level in her life. They had to open all financial reserves. They were paid almost the entire amount that was in the cash register. Alex, as promised, fairly divided the reward equally, without a hint of greed. He never put money above principles and wanted most of all to remain a decent person. Now, for a while, we could forget about financial difficulties and breathe a sigh of relief. Alex walked through the local market, bought new equipment, and the next morning was summoned to a war council. Apparently, the city finally realized how useful the sage was, especially his knowledge of dragons. His slimes were able to track the monster's movements in almost real time. Someday people will call it a live broadcast, but for now the locals considered it a real miracle of magic. Slimes from him. Even the strongest warriors did not hide their anxiety. The dragon was approaching, and no one knew how to stop it. All eyes turned to the town's chief priest, Mr. Donald. The priest looked surprisingly calm and said that he had seen a description of a similar monster in one of the ancient books. This book said that the monster was summoned from the other world by powerful magic. The monster possessed such a level of power that ordinary magic was practically useless against it. Meanwhile, panic was already beginning in the streets. Some were gathering weapons, while others were hastily packing their things, preparing to escape. The soldiers tried to remain calm, but completely fell apart when the priest announced the date of the dragon's appearance. According to the book's text, the monster will reach the peak of its power in just 3 days. After that, he will happily destroy the first city that comes his way, namely this one. It was also mentioned there that the great sages had to call upon a divine guardian for help. He was called the hero, but some of the information about the ritual was taken out of the book. According to Donald, more than 30 years ago, the most powerful priests from around the world performed a major summoning ritual. They summoned a hero from the other world, the one who would one day save humanity. The hero was supposed to appear in this world just 2 weeks ago, but the ritual was delayed. No one ever found the hero, even though he was right under their noses the whole time. Exactly 2 weeks ago, a mysterious sage named Alex actually appeared in the world. Now it became obvious that he was the very man who was destined to save the world. Donald's words could not be ignored. He was one of the most powerful priests and a participant in that very ritual. Alex, of course, in his modesty, refused to believe in such a role. But everyone understood that no one but him could stop the monster that was already rapidly moving towards the city. The dragon grew literally every minute, and its size frightened even those who considered themselves brave. The situation was extremely unpleasant, but it was too early to wave the white flag and admit defeat. The pirate immediately gave the order to prepare for battle and declared that he would never give up his hometown to some stinking monster. People rushed through the streets sharpening swords, checking bows, carrying barrels of arrows, and looking as focused as possible. Looking at this whole bustling city, Alex felt that he couldn't just sit and wait for everything around him to burn down. He decided to go all in and began preparing for an independent attack on the dragon. First, it was necessary to assess the situation and understand how strong this monster really was. His slimes could attack from a great distance, allowing him to avoid being hit. But the dragon, which was still growing in size, suddenly felt the approach of hostile magic. He didn't have time to dodge, and a powerful wave of fire hit him right in the face. Any other monster would have been simply vaporized by such a spell. But only a small scratch appeared on the dragon's head. He roared with rage so loudly that the trees shook and promised himself to take revenge for this daring blow. Alex instantly became despondent, realizing that his usual skills were catastrophically insufficient for victory. He went through different techniques in his head and tried to understand where the dragon's weak spot was. Everything pointed to the need to find a unique weakness, otherwise there was simply no chance. And then the system itself gave a hint, saying that the dragon has a strong hatred for the power of fire. It was even ironic, because it was precisely with fire magic that Alex had just tried to destroy him. This meant that the skills needed to be refined, strengthened, or combined. But he didn't yet understand how exactly. At that moment, an uninvited guest suddenly knocked on the door of the room, having somehow passed through the protective barrier. It turned out to be the same priest, Donald, who had maintained a strange calm from the very beginning. It turned out that he had long felt that the hero was already in this world and decided to secretly help him. He didn't say anything extra, but simply handed Alex the ancient weapon, which was nicknamed the Dragon Slayer. This blade is capable of piercing the flesh of even the most armored monster. To unlock its power, it was enough to use a fire artifact and heat the blade until it was white hot. Alex still doubted whether he could completely trust the priest, but he had no other choice. He felt that Donald was truly playing on the same side and was not trying to deceive him. Having received the sacred artifact, Alex realized that there was simply no time to waste. He decided not to drag others into danger and went into the forest alone. As always, he remained calm and almost emotionless, walking forward without the slightest fear, although there was still a doubt inside. After all, a real demon in the form of a dragon was hunting him. First, it was necessary to get within striking distance as stealthily as possible. When the dagger began to flash in his hands, it became clear that a real special operation was beginning. One precise blow should have been enough to pierce the dragon's armor. The main thing is to distract the monster with the help of slimes in order to deliver the fatal blow at the right moment. But the dragon immediately sensed the threat, and with his first movement, destroyed Alex's magical barrier. Even the slimes couldn't distract him. Everything was happening too quickly and too predictably. Since the quiet approach had failed, Alex realized it was time to act openly. He gathered all his reserve forces and decided to put everything he had on the line. Pushing off the ground, he jumped as high as his skill and body would allow. The dragon did not have time to react and found himself at a disadvantage. With the first strike, Alex used the fire meteorite technique to break the monster's concentration, and when the dragon lost focus for a split second, Alex delivered the main blow, a technique he called the death attack. The sacred dagger, heated by the fire attribute, entered straight into the monster's left eye. The dragon roared, feeling boiling blood flowing down his face. He was wounded and blinded in one eye, but he was still incredibly dangerous. To take revenge, he struck with such force that he threw Alex almost a kilometer away. A couple of such blows and the sage risked forgetting his own name, if he even survived. Now it was necessary to finish off the dragon before it regained its monstrous strength. Alex could barely stand on his feet, but there was still a fire inside him that wouldn't let him give up. Gathering all his last remaining energy, he put it into one decisive, fatal blow. That was absolutely all he was capable of at that moment, because there was not a single drop of energy left in his body. All that was needed was to hit the right spot at the perfect moment, and then victory would be guaranteed. This time the sage was truly lucky, as he managed to sneak up close, and then, with a confident and cold-blooded movement, he beheaded the dragon. The protagonist's most powerful and dangerous rival has just been completely destroyed with a single blow. Now the city was no longer in danger, and no one even understood who exactly saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Alex was never a person who needed fame or influence, as he liked to do his work quietly and remain in the background. After finishing his business, he calmly returned to the city, as if he had just taken a walk through the nearby forest. He didn't tell anyone that it was he who dealt with the monster that kept the city in fear. Alex didn't want to attract unnecessary attention and decided to act as if he were an ordinary traveler who happened to be there at the right time. However, his walk through the forest in the midst of danger immediately attracted many suspicious glances. People noticed that the guy was somehow the first to know about the approaching threat, and this looked very strange. At some point, the guild leader even began to suspect that Alex was hiding the truth. He felt that only this sage could defeat such a powerful monster, although he had no proof. Rumors of the dragon's death had already begun to spread throughout the city, as Priest Donald confidently declared that the threat had disappeared. The priest himself was such a mysterious person that it seemed as if he and Alex complemented each other perfectly. The pirate decided not to attach any serious importance to this for now and to conduct his own investigation. In the coming days, the expedition team was supposed to discover the monster's body and confirm that the problem had been finally resolved. The sage instinctively felt that he had attracted too much attention and that this could create unnecessary problems for him. He decided to go to another city to continue cleansing the world of evil without making any noise. But first he dropped in on his girlfriends to ask for advice before his next important journey. After a short conversation, he realized that it would be better for him to go north, because as they said, they cook incredibly delicious food there. At that moment, Vanessa unexpectedly contacted him, informing him that something strange had happened in the forest. At the site of the dragon's death, magical mushrooms began to grow, which appear only after the death of particularly powerful monsters. From these mushrooms, one could create an expensive and very valuable potion that completely replenishes mana reserves. Alex was in dire need of recharging his batteries, so he immediately headed back to the forest. Vanessa greeted him with obvious joy and confidently promised to help him recover. To do this, they only had to collect mushrooms before other adventurers got ahead of them. The task seemed simple, since there was no need to fight anyone today. But suddenly, researchers from the pirate squad appeared on the horizon. The pirate and his men were looking for the place where the dragon died, and it was there that the valuable mushrooms grew. To get ahead of the competition, Alex decided to use his trusty slimes. He made them completely invisible and sent them to collect magical resources as quietly as possible. The slimes had done a great job, and now all that was left was to prepare a restorative potion. The dryad was supposed to take charge of the preparations, and the sage could finally rest a little. Vanessa has created magical elixirs many times, although she has really lost her form lately. She tried to remember the correct formula and immediately began to work. The dryad was shocked to see such powerful mushrooms for the first time in her life. Usually, after the death of monsters, mushrooms of a blue hue appear, but these glowed with bright purple flashes. This meant that the monster the sage defeated was at the highest level of evolution. If it had managed to grow to its full size, it would have easily destroyed an entire continent. The mushrooms were so saturated with mana that the potion would have to be diluted with water, or it would become too concentrated. Purified water was a big problem right now, so we had to resort to some little magical tricks. With the help of slime and a few careful manipulations, Alex completely purified the water. After this, the potion was diluted to an ideal state and was completely ready for use. The sage took several capfuls of the potion with him and warmly thanked his friend for her help. He said that he was going in search of new adventures and would definitely get in touch upon arriving in another city. Then he calmly returned home and met with Tina and Lisa for the last time. The girls advised him to head to a town called Ricardo, which is famous for having the best cuisine on the entire continent. They said the food there was so good that people came just for one dish, and Alex couldn't resist the chance. He had long dreamed of eating properly and barely remembered what it was like to taste real delicacies. The next morning, Alex mounted his white wolf and set out in search of the city of Ricardo. Along the way, he had to cross a high mountain range and go around a long forest full of dangerous monsters hiding in the shadows. A few days later, a small village appeared ahead, which was located right in front of the city and looked abandoned. We had to stop because the slimes were begging for at least some food. Otherwise, they wouldn't work. Alex bought a few pieces of meat and then got into a conversation with one of the local vendors, finding out the latest news about the city. She said that Ricardo has been experiencing unusually cold weather lately, and it's simply impossible to survive there without winter clothing. Alex had never been afraid of the cold before. It seemed as if he himself was made of ice, capable of withstanding any frost. Even when the air conditioning in the office was broken and people were passing out from the heat, he remained calm and cool inside and out. It was this feature that made him unique and helped him survive where others failed. He continued on his way, and after half an hour, he felt how the weather had changed dramatically. The wind was chilling him to the bone. It felt like he was in icy dunes, and his wolf also began to shiver from the cold, as if danger lurked behind every tree. It seems that something terrible has happened to the town of Ricardo, and the residents are in great danger. The local security guard was surprised to see new guests appearing near the city and immediately became wary. He advised the sage to go back, but Alex didn't even think about it. He was ready to act. When he entered the city, he immediately noticed that people were burning wood in their homes with their windows tightly closed, and this looked alarming. Without proper ventilation, residents risked suffocating from toxic gases, but they simply didn't seem to realize it. The sage headed to the nearest tavern, which the guard had recommended to him, hoping to find at least some solution. There was not a single customer inside, and it seemed that the tavern was completely closed and dead, despite the smell of wood. The waitress immediately explained that things were going very badly, all because of the changing cyclone and the unusual cold that had paralyzed the city. There is simply not enough firewood to provide heat and cook food, and this has become a real problem. Until the firewood situation is resolved, the tavern will remain closed, and people will remain hungry and cold. And it's not just a matter of the amount of firewood. The felled trees must have time to dry well, otherwise the smoke will fill the entire tavern. If there is too much moisture in the wood, the food will be tasteless and toxic, and cooking it will be downright dangerous. We all know how much Alex loves to do good and improve the world around him without thinking about fame. Having acquired special skills, he never chased money or power, focusing solely on the common good. Today's situation was no exception. He decided to help ordinary people and save them from cold and hunger. The guy went into the forest and turned on the imaginary lumberjack mode from a computer game, completely immersing himself in the process. He imagined himself holding a chainsaw and chopping off the heads of monsters, turning work into almost a game. And it must be admitted, he was excellent at it. Closer to lunchtime, he chopped a huge amount of firewood, barely tiring from the work. With the help of slimes, the firewood could be cut into pieces and carried back to the city without any effort. Small slippery slugs had an amazing skill. They could maintain heat and speed up the drying of firewood. Thanks to them, the firewood quickly got rid of excess moisture, creating ideal conditions for cooking. The satisfied sage returned to the tavern and delighted the waitress, who could hardly contain her joy. She ran to the local boss, who also worked as a cook, to share the news. Alice told Harry that the traveler had helped them with firewood, and now they would be able to cook again. When the old man examined the quality of the firewood, he could not believe his own eyes because it was unusually good. He even took off his glasses, checked them several times, and was forced to admit that this was firewood of the best quality. When Alex showed off the entire supply of firewood, Harry was almost speechless and could barely keep from screaming with delight. He thanked the unexpected guest and promised to cook the best dish in the world absolutely free of charge. Later in the evening, the protagonist, for the first time in several months, tried food that reminded him of his childhood and the comfort of his home. One bite was enough to understand that the meat was juicy and flavorful, like a steak from the best restaurant in New York. It feels like after trying this food, a person becomes a little higher, as if he can soar above the clouds and feel free. Helping people is always returned with gratitude, and this is the main advantage of all the good deeds that Alex has done. After a hearty snack, the sage headed to the Joint Guild to check on how things were going there. Problems arose here too, due to the unprecedented cold, which froze almost all the monsters around the city. As a result, all the wild creatures froze and no longer caused problems for the residents. The adventurer's main task was to provide firewood so that people could survive the cold. This task was taken on by one of the best lumberjacks in the city, a guy nicknamed Thor, known for his strength and endurance. He always wore his hair long and was in excellent physical condition, never turning down difficult challenges and tasks. Seeing the young assistant, Alex was sure that this guy would freeze in 5 minutes and would most likely start calling his mom for help. The result, however, turned out to be completely opposite to expectations, because Alex once again showed that he should neither be underestimated nor perceived as an ordinary newcomer. He took out his powerful axe and immediately set to work as soon as he saw a thick wall of trees in front of him. It seemed as if this guy was born for this very job, cutting through huge oak trees as easily as if he were dealing with small sausages. Less than 5 minutes had passed before most of the nearby forest had disappeared somewhere, and the sage didn't even look the least bit tired. Again and again he raised his sword and did the work that would have taken a whole team of grown woodcutters almost an eternity to accomplish. Within a few hours, city residents heard rumors that some unknown traveler was solving all their problems with incredible speed. He brought such a huge amount of wood that he surprised absolutely every person who had previously doubted his powers. For such work, Alex could indeed count on a good reward, but this was never the main incentive for him. At some point, ordinary local residents suddenly ran into the guild and reported that a real emergency had occurred. People constantly burned wet wood in their homes and never opened the windows to clear the air a little. Due to such thoughtless behavior, a large number of residents were seriously poisoned by carbon dioxide and now hung between life and death. As soon as the sage first entered the city, he immediately noticed that a similar problem was brewing in many houses and could develop into a disaster. Therefore, he did not lose his composure for a second and immediately got down to business, realizing that a delay could cost people their lives. His healing magic has saved countless people on more than one occasion, and now the time has come to once again demonstrate the power that fate has given him. There was nothing mystical or unusual in this situation, just a common gas poisoning. But it could have had very serious consequences. With the help of magic, Alex quickly stabilized the condition of all the victims, and people began to feel much better. But eliminating the consequences of a problem does not mean that the problem itself has disappeared and will not return again. Therefore, the sage addressed all the inhabitants and sharply but honestly explained that they needed to turn on their brains, otherwise death was inevitable. Normal houses always have a chimney installed, which removes smoke outside and prevents people from being poisoned. But in this city, no one was prepared for the abnormally cold weather, so chimneys were practically not installed anywhere. However, Alex wasn't going to just criticize people. He was ready to help and had already created a special magical artifact for this purpose. These small stones will now be placed in every home and will begin to glow brightly as soon as the concentration of carbon dioxide becomes dangerous. Upon seeing the light of the stone, residents will have to open their windows and ventilate their rooms to avoid further poisoning. But if you ventilate too much, all the heat in the house will instantly evaporate, which in cold conditions creates a new threat. For such a plan to work reliably, the city needs even more timber, which is already in dire shortage. With each passing day, the problem of the cold became more and more noticeable, and it was obvious that there was no time to waste. To live comfortably, the city needed more than 5 tons of firewood every day. Otherwise, people simply would not have survived the winter. Alex listened to the residents' requests and calmly said that he would try to help and do everything in his power. The first task was to provide people with warmth for at least the next few days so that they could calmly survive the cold. And only after that will it be possible to address the main problem, the abnormal cold that has engulfed the entire city. Returning from the forest, the sage literally shocked all the guild representatives by bringing back an incredible supply of wood. On the very first day, he collected more than 18 tons of firewood and completely covered the city's needs for the near future. Even the experienced lumberjack Thor could not believe his own eyes and counted the stacks several times. When he saw these abnormally large reserves, he was simply amazed and could not understand how the sage managed it alone. It seemed as if the entire city was drowning in firewood, although this amount was only enough for 3 days, and this also seemed frightening. Naturally, the sage was immediately thanked and given almost all the money that was in the guild's coffers. He was never particularly interested in money, because recognition and gratitude from people were much more important to him. Some residents even began to call him a messenger from heaven, although Alex himself never thought of himself that way. In his past life, he was an ordinary pawn in a huge system, and gods are not slaves to rules and bureaucracy. He still considered himself a simple guy who was simply obliged to help people if he had the opportunity. Now that the cold problem had been temporarily resolved, it was necessary to try to understand the reason for the sudden change in weather. Before starting a new investigation, the sage decided to visit an old tavern that was famous for its delicious dishes. He was immediately greeted by Old Harry, who had prepared his signature hot stew with rice and aromatic spices. Food reminded the sage once again what it was like to feel like a being capable of the impossible. However, Harry himself did not look at all happy, because recently a new serious problem had appeared in the city. The precious herb that grew near the city and was used in all recipes began to rapidly disappear. Doji grass was the basis of almost all local cuisine, and now without it, dishes became bland and tasteless. It turned out that due to the cold, huge wild boars, dingoes, appeared near the city and were constantly eating the fields. These fat, gluttonous creatures ate all of the doji grass supplies, making it nearly impossible to prepare tasty meals. When the slimes heard that they would no longer be able to get their favorite stew, they became enraged and demanded that their master destroy the boars. The problem of cold weather really did require an immediate solution, and now was the perfect time to finally tackle it seriously. The sage gathered his small army of slugs and carefully divided it into two mobile groups. The first half went with the wolf deep into the forest to track down wild boars, dingoes, and protect the fields. The other half remained with the owner to oversee the farmland and control the overall situation in the city. The first hours of searching passed without any discoveries. Nothing indicated the presence of dangerous animals. But then a flame literally burst into flames in the cold forest. A huge dingo boar, the true ruler of these lands, appeared before them. This red pig confidently considered itself the master of the forest. But the slugs had a completely different opinion on this matter. Alex immediately sent some magical energy to the group, and the slugs instantly took the initiative in the fight. The huge wild boar, which had previously terrorized the entire forest, turned into a delicious piece of roast meat. Now he is not only no longer a problem, but has also become a wonderful dinner for hungry slimes. They solved one problem, but that didn't mean they could relax and rest peacefully. While further exploring the forest, one of the slimes discovered something unusual and extremely suspicious. It was a huge crystal, similar in shape to the black stone from the dark forest, but it looked different. Alex immediately suspected a connection between the two types of stones, even though they were noticeably different in appearance. Unlike the stones of the dark forest, this one was not black. On the contrary, it glowed like a bright celestial star among the snow. Continuing on his way, the sage discovered several more similar crystals, and they all seemed strange and aggressive. As he came closer and carefully touched the surface, something extremely disturbing happened. One touch was enough for a dark, rotten-looking spot to appear on the perfectly clean crystal. As soon as grass or leaves touched this stone, they literally dried up in just a few seconds. Without hesitation, the sage contacted his old friend Vanessa, hoping to get answers to his questions. The dryad responded immediately, appeared on the spot, and began to carefully analyze the magic crystal. She explained that this ball actively absorbs the energy of the forest and does so incredibly effectively. Most likely, it was because of this crystal that the entire surrounding area began to rapidly change and lose life. It was precisely this impact that led to the beautiful city of Ricardo being plunged into a real ice age. To remedy the situation, the sage immediately decided to use a magical technique of energy absorption. He was going to completely destroy the power of all the crystals located in the infected part of the forest. There was a huge amount of work, especially considering that we periodically encountered aggressive dingoes along the way. After making a rough map of the crystals' locations, Alex noticed that they formed an almost perfect circle, which was definitely not a coincidence. Because of the scale of the work, the sage suddenly caught himself in a very strange but logical thought. He asked Vanessa if any spirits or dryads lived in this forest and could have left such objects here. But Vanessa said that no one lives here now, and the forest spirits have long since left this area. Alex then activated his fire graveyard technique, preparing to clear the entire area in one blow. This decision instantly simplified the process, as he no longer had to destroy each stone individually. After one powerful spell, the entire vast territory turned into a scorched wasteland without a single trace of magic. While surveying the area after the attack, Alex immediately noticed a strange black door leading somewhere underground. He had long suspected that there was someone specific behind the creation of these stones, and now he had a chance to uncover the truth. He said goodbye to Vanessa and told her that he was going to go down into the dungeon and find out everything personally. Descending down a narrow passage, he discovered an entire laboratory for the production of magic crystals. His path continued through a huge dark tunnel where there was no light, and it was difficult to understand where it was leading. But the sage calmly continued on his way forward, because his magic could always illuminate the way in the darkest moment. He confidently went deeper, hoping to finally uncover the secret of the constant problems associated with the mysterious stones. Suddenly, loud screams were heard ahead. Two unknown people in black cloaks were rushing straight towards him. Could these be members of the infamous Blue Moon team, which everyone thought was long ago destroyed? Seeing no point in engaging in battle, the sage activated his invisibility technique and hid himself along with the slugs. He calmly let the people run past, carefully watching the direction they were moving. This whole situation didn't frighten him at all, and Alex confidently continued to move forward. Soon the long tunnel ended, and he had to climb to the top along an old stone staircase. At the top, a real surprise awaited the sage. A large hidden village for the chosen few lay before him. All the locals wore identical black cloaks, making them look like members of a secret cult or church representatives. The sage immediately remembered Thor's words about the village, whose inhabitants had stocked up on firewood in advance, as if they knew about the cold snap in advance. Now everything that was happening no longer seemed like a coincidence, because the villagers clearly knew in advance about the approaching storm and met it as if they had been preparing for it for a long time. It seemed so strange that for the first time Alex seriously suspected that perhaps these were not simple villagers in front of him, but a real hidden sect. To understand exactly what was going on, he sent his slimes to gather information and carefully study the situation. Almost immediately, he managed to spot the mayor of the village, who was walking around the square gloomier than a thundercloud and looked as if he had just learned something unpleasant. It turned out that the magic crystals scattered throughout the forest had been completely destroyed by an unknown enemy. The mayor could not figure out who was behind this, one mysterious criminal or an entire hidden organization. He gathered his followers and with a serious face ordered them to unite to begin the sacred search for the enemies of the people. The people immediately obeyed and accepted the order as if it were a normal and habitual duty for them. They were even given permission to kill anyone who got in their way, including the defenseless inhabitants of the city of Ricardo. Alex no longer had a single doubt. In front of him was the real Blue Moon sect, ready to do anything for the sake of their crazy ideas. He decided that it was better to destroy these fanatics right now, before they caused even more noise and trouble. Like stupid hares, the unsuspecting fanatics drove themselves into the trap of an experienced predator. Alex captured most of the criminals and made it clear to them that he would not allow them to turn the world into a place of injustice, fear, and chaos. It was clear that the sect's representatives were deliberately trying to destroy forests and even entire cities, acting without a shred of pity. It seemed like they had long since lost their common sense, and the world really needed someone to stop these madmen once and for all. Meanwhile, several slimes had already penetrated the city itself and began to carefully study any available information. In the local library, they found secret records and hidden documents, which they immediately absorbed and saved. This in itself was a great result, but the main discovery was waiting for them a little further. In one of the closed rooms, they discovered real treasures, gold, precious stones, and rare magical artifacts. But what alarmed them most was that right next to the mountain of riches lay old human skeletons, which made the find even more eerie. The sage was too deeply immersed in thought, and for a moment, it distracted him so much that he almost lost control of reality itself. At this moment, one of the girls accidentally entered the secret room and was horrified to discover that all the books had disappeared without a trace. She immediately called her allies, and from that moment on, chaos began to spread throughout the base. The sectarians panicked and rushed around the halls, trying to understand what had happened and who dared to invade their Holy of Holies. They still didn't understand the force they were facing, but they clearly felt that the situation was becoming critical. With the help of a magic ball, they saw that many of their comrades had been captured, and they finally realized the precariousness of their situation. Alex had been one step ahead all this time, but now he had to decide how exactly to complete this operation. He understood that the sectarians were creating strange and dangerous types of weapons with which they intended to cleanse the world of ordinary people. Now the fanatics felt that their back was against the wall, and in desperation, they were ready to resort to the most radical measures. The mayor felt that there was no way back for them, and so he ordered everyone to hide the truth at any cost. At one point, he even called on his followers to take out their swords and commit suicide to avoid capture. It was obvious that blind faith had deprived these people of reason so much that even death no longer frightened them. They are ready to part with their lives in a second, just to carry out the insane order of their leader. Realizing that giving them another chance was dangerous, Alex decided to destroy the entire base, leaving no opportunity for the sect to recover. He knew it was just one of their many points, but he acted quickly and with utmost determination. The sage activated the Devil's Graveyard technique, which was supposed to cause a powerful magical explosion. The explosion actually happened and everything around was blown up, but Alex had taken precautions beforehand. He managed to create many barriers to prevent the destruction from reaching the forest and harming civilians. The blast wave was so powerful that the protective structures nearly disintegrated into hundreds of pieces. But the sage withstood the burden and once again protected the world from the evil lurking in its shadow. Having completed the important part of the plan, he immediately headed back to the city of Ronald. Meanwhile, local residents had already felt a sharp warming and were surprised by the changes. The snow finally melted, and people realized that they no longer had to sit at home and endlessly stoke their stoves. No one even suspected that their unexpected savior was a traveler from distant lands. Alex, as was his custom, did not tell the truth, even to his friend Thor. Returning to his room, he finally got some sleep, and in the morning, he began studying the new data. He found himself with a lot of books taken from the Blue Moon Library. But suddenly the writing on the pages began to disappear, as if someone had cast a self-destruct spell on the information. It was an incredibly powerful magic that even the great sage could not stop. Luckily, one of the recordings survived, and Alex noticed something important there. It turned out to be a list of undesirable people whom the sect was supposed to destroy for the sake of its perverted justice. Among the dozens of names, there were many famous personalities, but the strangest thing was that Alex himself was on the list. From now on, he had to be extremely careful and keep his ears open at all times. A little later, Thor found him and invited him to a celebration in honor of the coming warmth. The sage spent the evening among happy people who could finally relax and enjoy life. Alex felt genuine joy, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. He always needed feedback, otherwise good deeds seemed somehow unfinished to him, and the sight of happy faces strengthened his belief that he was doing something truly important. For the first time in a long time, he allowed himself to completely relax and even drank a couple of glasses of cold beer. But the next morning, it was time to return to reality and continue on our way. He decided that his tasks in this city were completed, and he needed to move on. When he learned that his name was on the Blue Moon list, he knew that his pursuers would appear sooner or later. After talking with the guild administrator, he learned about a nearby city that might be useful to him. Alex had never made special equipment for his tamed monsters before, and decided to correct this deficiency. And in the city of Goddess, they create the best equipment for pets on the entire continent. The administrator assured that it was definitely worth visiting this place because the city is famous not only for its craftsmen, but also for its stunning architecture. Having collected his things, the sage set out on his journey again, determined to continue his development. He galloped through the distant forests, feeling like a free bird flying above the earth. Soon one of the slimes cautiously warned that some unidentified objects had appeared behind them. Turning around, Alex noticed that there were indeed two horsemen following him. It was the elf and her partner, and their stern faces made it clear they weren't here for a friendly visit. Alex tried to calm himself down, deciding that it could just be a coincidence. Perhaps these travelers were also heading to another city to start a new life. To test his guess, the sage slowed down several times and then suddenly accelerated. But the riders completely copied his actions, trying to keep at the same distance. They were clearly watching. Alex realized that these were Blue Moon mercenaries who didn't want to lose sight of him. He sent several slimes back to quietly surround the pursuers. As he stopped, he noticed that the bandits had also stopped, maintaining a safe distance, as if they were afraid of breaking protocol. They acted overly self-confident, as if they knew that no one would discover them. Thanks to their special talent, Eye of the Keen, they could track their prey even at a great distance. This skill helped to remain unnoticed, but not when a great sage was nearby. At some point, a small conflict broke out between the two mercenaries, which almost turned into a fight. Thanks to his slimes, Alex could quietly eavesdrop on the conversation from around the corner and pick out every important detail. He became convinced that the killers were indeed working for a cult. But that was only part of the bad news. Alex was listed as a potential target, but killing him right now was not considered necessary. First, the sect wanted to make sure that he posed a threat, and only then move on to the liquidation procedure. If the sage did not arouse suspicion, the killers would simply let him go, and this sounded like a real gift from fate. On the one hand, Alex wanted to eliminate the mercenaries immediately, but in that case, the sect would have realized that the killers had died during surveillance, so he had to play the role of a naive newbie and completely remove any shadow of doubt. Half an hour later, the sage continued on his way, and by lunchtime, he approached the majestic city of the goddess. The city's architecture was impressive. A huge stone metropolis, carved right into the heart of the rock and shimmering in the sun. The central square housed dozens of shops, selling expensive, almost legendary top-tier equipment. Alex decided to have a snack first, and then start choosing new clothes. In his inexperience, he went into Hagel's shop, the very place that every adventurer on the continent knows. The most expensive, powerful, and exquisite equipment was sold here, capable of instantly bankrupting an unwary hero. The killers, of course, immediately became interested in the guy's actions, deciding that he had a lot of money on him. To deflect suspicion, Alex used all his acting talent and went into poor newbie mode. He pretended that he didn't have a single coin and that he couldn't even pay the master's work. I even had to fall to my knees, sob, and make a few plaintive sounds to complete the image. This had the desired effect on the murderers, and they became convinced that they were dealing with a penniless simpleton. But it was too early to relax. The mercenaries were still following him and did not lose sight of him for a second. To dispel any remaining doubts, the sage went to the Adventurers Guild and took the cheapest quest. No one had taken on this assignment for years because the reward for it was laughably small. The task was to find a low-level lightning bull in the forest and behead it. This beast had no special skills, just an aggressive horned monster grazing in the southern meadows. To make everything look natural, Alex decided to act outside the box and put on a little performance. He reminded Proud Wolf that a true tamer wins not only by strength, but also by intelligence. At first, the wolf did not understand the hint and decided that they would fight together shoulder to shoulder. But Alex wanted Wolf to do all the dirty work, and he himself wanted to look as helpless as possible. The wolf risked his skin when he went in search of the bull, but there was no other way. 3 monsters met him in the clearing, and there was no turning back. The wolf confidently stepped forward, demonstratively attracting the attention of the mercenaries who were watching from afar. Gathering his energy, he instantly destroyed one of the bulls, leaving only a bloody trail. The other 2 went berserk and rushed at the wolf, intending to tear him to pieces. The battle was becoming more and more dangerous. The monsters were becoming more and more furious with each passing second. To prevent the wolf from revealing their power, the sage had to intervene and slightly adjust the scene. Alex used magic and made the wolf fall to his knees and whine pitifully, like a cowardly puppy. This convinced the spies, but the bulls perceived this behavior as a challenge. They forgot about the wolf and rushed en masse at Alex, who stood in an awkward childish stance with a ball in his hands. He looked like a complete newbie, ready to die from any blow. But the next moment, the impossible happened. With one blow, he cut all 3 bulls into pieces. The killers were shocked, because even experienced high-ranking adventurers would be unable to do such a thing. They stood in confusion, not understanding who stood before them, a klutz or a monster. After all, he stood like a beginner, moved like a beginner. But his strike went beyond reality. Just when Alex was starting to worry, the situation turned in his favor again. The mercenaries decided that the guy was simply too naive and accidentally landed a lucky blow. So they stopped surveillance and decided to return to base to contact their superiors. But Alex continued to watch them with the help of slimes that had already infiltrated the city. Not far from the city of Goddess, mercenaries found a secret communication point disguised as an ordinary house. It looked like a simple hut, but the underground passage underneath it told a different story. Having descended below, the slimes were able to overhear an important and secret conversation. The mercenaries contacted their boss using an unknown artifact and reported that Alex did not pose a threat. They hoped to receive a new assignment and finally shed the blood they had dreamed of. But the boss ordered them to calm down and not lose control, which they clearly didn't like. During the conversation, it became known that the Blue Moon sect was creating a weapon capable of destroying 1,000 people with one shot. For the sage, this was extremely valuable information. But then the conversation turned to empty gossip. Keeping the killers alive no longer made sense, so Alex decided to close the matter. With a powerful ice tsunami, he froze 2 bandits, sending them into eternal cold. The library in their hideout was completely devoured by hungry slimes, and Alex destroyed the house itself, which served as a secret communication point, with a fireball, leaving no trace. Now there really weren't any problems with mercenaries in sight. Although Alex understood that he couldn't relax in the future, the Blue Lagoon organization was gaining power at an alarming rate, and their actions now needed to be monitored with extreme caution. Having received a rare respite, Alex decided to use this time as rationally and usefully as possible. He headed to the nearest artifact and equipment store, hoping to find something suitable for his unusual team. Upon learning the young adventurer's rank, the seller suddenly frowned and rudely refused to work with the newbie. This continued until the owner of the store, Master Joshua, heard about the situation. This man clearly treated his clients differently, stricter, but at the same time more honest and much more straightforward. He decided to take a personal look at Alex and assess how serious his intentions were. Newcomers usually came without money, so most sellers didn't even waste their time on them. Alex calmly stated that he had the funds and wanted to purchase equipment for the Proud Wolf and his slimes. At first glance, it sounded like a simple request, but not for the cautious and principled Joshua. This man behaved in the most strange and even aggressive manner, as if the world itself irritated him with its very existence. He looked the sage over from head to toe, and then angrily struck the assistant who had intervened in the conversation. Once the tension eased a bit, the negotiations finally moved forward. Alex explained that he needed equipment that would primarily enhance the speed and agility of his pets. For an experienced craftsman like Joshua, such a task seemed quite feasible because he is a true professional in his field. He confidently assured that with such equipment, the adventurer and his team would become practically invincible. To prove this, Joshua even offered to show one of his finished works. He placed what looked like a miniature crown on the small slime, and the effect was immediate. At first, the slime could barely stay in place, feeling heavy, but after a second, its body became incredibly light. It seemed like he had literally broken all laws of speed, and all thanks to just one artifact. Magical enhancement made slimes truly dangerous creatures in the hands of a talented sage. But even such a miracle was not suitable for his pet, because the artifact was not created for his type and characteristics. Alex required a completely individual approach based on the pet's nature. If the sage guarantees payment, Joshua is ready to take on the project immediately. However, he warned that it would take at least a year before the product was completed. The city had long been experiencing a shortage of rare resources, and this significantly slowed down the production of artifacts. Crafting the best equipment required a blue fire dragon crystal, a legendary level material. Ordinary fire dragons were too weak for such a product. Their blue-scaled king was needed. Even the bravest adventurers did not dare to go into the volcanic mountains to hunt such a monster. These creatures were so rare and insanely dangerous that even Joshua advised Alex not to risk his neck. But as we know, the sage was never afraid of adventures and certainly was not used to retreating. He confidently declared that he would obtain this crystal himself and bring it to the master. With this condition, creating the equipment would take only a few days instead of a year, which completely changed the picture. Before heading out on this potentially deadly mission, Alex decided to stop by the guild. Here, the main task was considered to be the destruction of ordinary fire dragons that were a nuisance to local residents. The mission's final weeks had been failing one after another, and the sage wanted to rectify the situation personally. He asked to give him absolutely all the tasks at once, since he had to go to the volcano anyway. They looked at him like he was crazy, deciding that the guy was clearly overestimating his capabilities. However, the administrator did not have a single formal reason for refusal, so Alex got access to all the tasks and, together with the proud wolf, set off towards the volcano. According to intelligence, fire dragons were terrified of water, which was a huge plus. For Alex, water had long since become an obedient and reliable element, so an exciting battle awaited him ahead. The slimes quickly explored the area and found traces of the movement of powerful monsters. It turned out that there really were dragons living nearby, constantly training their abilities. No one wanted to mess with such creatures because they acted in packs and had almost impenetrable armor. But the sage didn't care at all about the danger, and he only grinned in response. Alex prepared the water element and told Gordwolf to take cover behind a massive rock. Then he boldly stepped forward and extinguished the first dragon before it could even breathe. One blow of water was enough to destroy the monster on the spot. Seeing the death of their comrade, the other dragons instantly felt their blood turn into icy dough. The cold water came into conflict with the hot lava inside their bodies, creating an instant fatal shock. The combination of ice and water made them practically defenseless against the sage. When water wasn't effective enough, Alex used a devastating ice tornado. After a few minutes, he had collected the required number of crystals, but the job was only half done. He completed the guild's tasks, but had not yet forgotten about Master Joshua's assignment. It was then that Alex caught the attention of a huge blue fire dragon, the very one he needed. The crystal of this monster could become the basis for the best artifacts, capable of changing the fate of any warrior. From that moment on, the real show began. A battle of two elements colliding head-on. On one side stood a giant who could melt stones with just one breath. On the other hand, there is a sage who controls cold and water as easily as others breathe. The first attack of the ice tornado stopped the monster for a moment, causing it to freeze as if in a daze. Alex was about to open the champagne and get ready to celebrate, but the dragon suddenly broke through the ice barrier. It took a lot more effort than he expected to cool this guy down. The sage launched the ice tornado again and again, causing the dragon's skin to hiss and crack from the sudden changes in temperature. At some point, the monster finally calmed down and could no longer break through the ice shield. It seemed that victory was almost within reach, but fate decided to test Alex once again. The dragon rose again and again, as if breaking free from his own hell, but his internal reserves of aggression and fire were slowly draining away. The next 20 frosts turned him into an icy corpse, powerless and cold. The legendary monster that controlled the volcano for millennia has finally fallen. The crystal extracted from his heart was the key to creating truly great artifacts. It would be foolish to leave the body idle. It could be sold profitably or used for research. Alex carefully froze the slain dragons and placed them in the slime storage, like a freezer, ready for future use. Returning to the city of Goddess, his confident gait made all the adventurers tremble with fear and admiration at the same time. At first, no one believed that he had killed all the volcano's dragons in one day. When the magical lie detector confirmed his words, the guild administrator's hands trembled like leaves in the wind. There was nothing left to do but pay for the work done. And quickly, Alex received a mountain of gold bars and a chance to rapidly level up. It was strange that after so many tests, he was still formally considered a rookie. With just one mission left, he could suddenly break through to the average level. For those who are ready to take a chance, there is always a special offer. Recently, local fishermen have been frightened by a monster that has taken up residence at the bottom of the lake. He was called the deadly piranha for his constant attacks and killings of people. The man-eating fish had become quite annoying to everyone, and a talented adventurer was needed to take control of the situation. Alex was advised to take partners, but he, as always, refused and went alone. In the morning, he got ready for the mission, and in the evening, he went to the master for preparations. Joshua was amazed when he saw the blue dragon crystal in front of him, a real trophy. He accepted the crystal and promised that the equipment would be ready in a few days. For the master, this was an ideal chance to demonstrate his skills. But he did not stop there. After learning that Alex had crystals from common fire dragons, Joshua realized that this was his chance to improve his business. He offered to pay twice what the guild was offering if the sage would sell him the crystals. There was no point in refusing, and Alex immediately became several hundred coins richer. He knew how to earn money even when he didn't need it, as if he were playing with fate. If he wanted to get on the Forbes list, it would be a piece of cake. After resting a little, the next morning he went hunting for the man-eating fish. The lake was deep, and the slimes couldn't swim, so they had to be resourceful. Alex didn't want to take any risks, so he came up with a clever way to find the target. He explored the area and came across a small mouse out hunting. First, he froze the animal and then mercilessly cut its throat. A dead mouse was thrown into the water as bait for the real monster. A moment later, a piranha appeared, which had already scared half of the local fishermen. After that, Alex acted almost on autopilot, calmly and calculatingly. He instantly froze the giant fish and took all his problems away. The guy sat down to rest, but the ice barrier began to crack under the pressure of the monster's power. When he froze people, this never happened. Monsters were a completely different element. The ice barrier rarely withstood such power, but Alex corrected the situation in time. The fireball finished the job, destroying the monster before it could do anything. Next time I'll have to be more careful. This pace is life-threatening. Returning to the guild, he brought new, excellent news. But the administrator behaved strangely, was noticeably nervous, as if she had a premonition of something. When she learned that the piranha had been hiding underwater for a long time and had not come out to hunt, she became worried. Typically, such predators are always active, never hide, and never give a break. Recalling past cities, Alex noticed that after exposure to dark stones, monsters and nature behaved strangely. Perhaps something similar is happening with the city of Goddess, and its own investigation is needed. He received a large reward and updated his adventurer card. The level automatically increased, and he immediately headed towards Master Joshua. The master kept his promise and created equipment for the main slime and the proud wolf. The pets felt incredible lightness, speed, and airiness in every movement. Despite his small number of clients, Joshua was considered one of the most talented craftsmen of his time. He creates artifacts that can turn the tide of any duel. And these are not just empty words. Joshua, true to his reputation as an honest craftsman, offered to test the new artifacts in a real combat trial. He asked Alex to personally attack his pets with magic to see the true durability of the equipment. Even his basic skills were strong enough to make the master raise his eyebrows in surprise. The artifacts withstood the blows, but for the first time, a shadow of doubt flickered across Joshua's face. He realized that he had underestimated the sage's power and admitted that if Alex struck hard, the armor would simply shatter. To create equipment that is completely indestructible, you need a crystal of a much higher level. At that moment, the earth literally groaned. And something happened that no one could have foreseen even in their nightmares. The volcano began to erupt. Alex and his pets instantly felt a burning chill of panic because he had not calculated this development of events. Looking more closely, he noticed a figure emerging from the raging volcano. A huge, terrifying monster rose before him, far more powerful than the blue fire dragon. Alex lost his composure for a second, while Joshua remained stone cold, as if he had seen this 100 times. The master explained that such awakenings happen once every few years, and there is no need to panic. The dragon will calm down in a couple of days, and again go into a deep sleep for many years. However, everything will change if some idiot decides to pour water on the monster. In this case, the dragon will go berserk and reduce all nearby cities to ashes. Formally, the situation remained under control, but not for the man who saw the threat more broadly than anyone else. Alex knew this was the perfect chance for the Blue Moon sect to cause a continent-wide catastrophe. These madmen can make their way to the volcano and douse the dragon with water to provoke an uncontrollable rage. So he sent his pets to patrol the city and the volcano to track anything that moved. He maintained constant contact with the slimes and was ready to respond to any threat at the same second. All that was needed was to wait until the dragon calmed down, and then the city of Goddess would remain safe. The first day passed calmly, and Alex relaxed a little when he returned to the hotel. He could observe the situation from a distance. It was not necessary to stand at the foot of the volcano all day. But soon several slimes noticed two travelers making their way along a slope high in the mountains. They were suspicious types, tense, wary, and with a dangerous glint in their eyes. They kept looking around, and on their backs hung strange barrels that looked very out of place. The barrels were marked wine, but even a child could tell they were fake. Alex overheard their conversation and realized that these mercenaries were working for the Blue Moon. The fat man doubted it and said that getting involved in the sect's affairs would mean certain death. But his partner coldly explained, if they refused, they would become dead even faster. They had to agree to the mission, especially since the task promised a huge reward. Having confirmed their true intentions, Alex decided that letting them go was too risky. One of the slimes activated a magic network, but the mercenaries dodged it with lightning speed. This proved that these were not simple vagabonds in front of him, but experienced masters of close combat. They looked around and realized that the hunt had begun specifically for them. From that moment on, they became extremely focused and dangerous, ready for any attack. Even the second attempt to catch them did not take them by surprise. They reacted instantly. They defended themselves skillfully and drew their swords, preparing to fight against the slimes and the proud wolf. Alex had to increase the pressure a little, using some of his magical reserves to finish this performance. The battle was short, and now the two mercenaries certainly did not pose a threat to peace. They realized that they had fallen into the trap of an experienced hunter, and fear completely consumed them. Alex only had to eliminate unnecessary witnesses to prevent the information from spreading further. When the situation called for cruelty, he never wavered or hesitated. A cold hand summoned an icy tornado, and both mercenaries fell into an eternal frozen sleep. Now it was finally possible to examine the contents of the barrels and understand whether there really was wine in them. Coming closer, the slime immediately felt the pulsating dark energy inside. The thought arose that these could be the same black stones found earlier in the forest. To make sure, Alex contacted the dryad Vanessa. The slime that was next to her reported that she had disappeared somewhere. But a second later, Vanessa materialized right in front of him, scaring him to the point of a heart attack. The dryad could instantly move to any place where there was at least one living tree. And in Alex's room, there was a small plant. And that was enough for her to appear here at any moment. Who knows? Maybe she already looked in while Alex was taking a shower? But we will never hear the story about that. Alex explained the situation to her and asked for urgent assistance in the investigation. Vanessa immediately went to the volcano to check the barrels and their contents. After examining them, she felt a faint, but still dark magical trace. Whatever was inside was of a lower power than the dark stones, but it could still be a problem. Alex realized that if the situation got out of control, the dragon would turn into a mad butcher, destroying all living things. This could not be allowed under any circumstances, so he decided to play it safe. Gathering his strength, he created a powerful protective barrier and absorbed the contents of all the barrels at once. Then there was such a powerful explosion that the earth shook, and it became clear that the main part of the work had already been done. Alex thanked Vanessa for her timely support and returned to his quiet observation from the shadows. He wanted to wait until the dragon finally fell asleep, and this whole headache would be resolved with literally one movement. But it was too early to think about this, especially when alarming rumors appeared about the urgent evacuation of the entire city. Alex didn't understand why people were panicking so much, because similar incidents had happened before, and the city had always survived. But this time everything looked different. Dense dark clouds had gathered in the sky, promising a heavy and long downpour. The sage was so focused on making sure no one poured water on the dragon that he completely ignored the most ordinary weather. It seemed absurd, but just because of ordinary rain, an entire city could be on the brink of total destruction. Ordinary citizens, adventurers, and even guild representatives began to panic and lose all composure. Nobody knew what to do, because even the bravest idiot didn't want to fight a huge dragon. The last time a similar situation happened was more than half a century ago, and then it all ended in a terrible tragedy. Then a sudden rain angered the dragon to such an extent that he wiped out several cities. And that day was called the Great Catastrophe. And now history repeated itself. Half an hour after the first clouds, a cold rain began to fall and showed no sign of stopping. The panic grew especially strong when the furious, piercing roar of an awakened dragon was heard in the distance. People rushed in different directions, realizing that in a moment, the real massacre would begin. The dragon desperately wanted to sleep, but every drop of water caused him hellish pain and turned him into a raging monster. He felt betrayed by the world, and now he wanted to take revenge on anyone who dared to catch his eye. The monster emerged from its lair and headed straight towards the city of Goddess, sweeping away everything in its path. The situation was getting more and more heated with each passing second, and it was necessary to act quickly without a single mistake. No one but the great sage could stop this living titan. Alex noticed that on the way to the city, there were two rivers that the dragon would inevitably have to cross. Even from afar, it was clear that when the monster approached the grass or trees, everything around it burst into flames with heat. The animal emitted such a monstrous fire that the air nearby literally melted. And that is precisely why the river could become a deadly obstacle for him. The sage ordered his pets to take cover near the first river and carefully watch every movement of the monster. Everyone hoped that water would become the creature's weak point, its only Achilles heel. But the slimes and the proud wolf were already trembling with fear and begged Alex to hide them in a warm and safe nest. He had to explain that the fate of thousands of people now depended on their bravery, and they simply had no choice. Near the first river, the dragon slowed down, and the heat from his body was so intense that the slimes almost began to melt. He was so enraged by the rain that he ignored his own fears and walked straight into the water. The water instantly turned into steam, and the space around was enveloped in a thick white haze. At some point, nothing could be seen, but the dragon's furious roar could still be heard through the roar of fumes. Somehow the monster managed to cross the river and took a few heavy steps forward, but it was obvious that contact with water was causing him unbearable pain. There was an even deeper river ahead, and this was the perfect chance to finally stop the beast. A lightning-fast idea flashed through the sage's mind, and he instantly understood how to turn the situation to his advantage. All that was needed was to block the flow of water with a magical barrier and wait for the dragon to enter the lake. Then the protection had to be removed, and a powerful wave had to extinguish the inner flame of the monster. The plan seemed perfect, especially because there was a huge waterfall nearby. It allowed a gigantic volume of water to accumulate to completely cover the dragon in an ice avalanche. Alex created a magical barrier, and the water began to grow like a wall, accumulating behind him. As an experienced poker player, he waited for the perfect moment to make the decisive move, all in, and when he felt that the dragon had come close enough, he simply removed his resistance. The barrier crumbled and a giant wave crashed onto the monster, as if covering an inexperienced surfer. The dragon was so stunned that it seemed like he even forgot to put on his diving suit. The old doctor had once warned him to avoid water, but the monster, as always, did not listen. He hissed, screamed, and writhed as if he had been thrown into a boiling sea of lava. Steam covered the entire valley, hiding what was happening, and no one could tell whether the blow had worked. The hot air was so dense that it even reached the outskirts of the city. At some point, the dragon fell silent, and Alex's team decided that victory was already in their pocket. The wolf even stepped forward to survey the area and be the first to see the defeated enemy. When the steam cleared, he noticed a huge dragon lying there, lifeless. It was a hard-won but well-deserved success, for which the team paid with nerves and sweat. While Alex was wiping the sweat from his forehead, the wolf was already dancing a little victory dance. That is why he did not see in time how the giant head of the dragon rose out of the water again. It turned out that the flame inside the monster was so powerful that even the ice wave could not completely extinguish it. The dragon seemed to have risen from the dead and returned with even greater anger and insane rage. His new attacks were so ferocious that it seemed almost impossible to stop them. The monster felt a surge of strength and moved forward again, eager to destroy all living things. Alex managed to save his pets with a timely reaction, but no one knew how long they would last this time. It was necessary to urgently complete the mission and finish off the exhausted dragon before it regained its strength. Alex activated all his reserves and directed every drop of his energy into the monster. He looked like he was ready to give his life right here, just to put an end to this battle. After a few seconds, the ice technique produced results, and the huge beast noticeably slowed down. The sage increased his pressure and used the technique of the holy goddess of cold, squeezing the maximum out of himself. The Ice Queen swallowed everything around her, turning the air into a frosty mirror, and the dragon could no longer resist. The monster froze in the form of a giant ice statue, which only needed to be split to guarantee victory. The creature that could wipe the city off the face of the earth no longer threatened anyone. Alex paid for this victory with a huge amount of energy and now needed a long rest. When the dragon fell, a huge golden crystal rose into the air and flew straight to the sage. It was a reward for the risk he took to protect the city and its people. When Alex returned, he pretended that he had just been walking around all day and that nothing special had happened. As usual, he had no intention of sharing the truth. Secrecy had long since become a habit for him. He offered the master a new crystal and asked him to create improved armor. When Joshua saw the golden stone, his eyes almost bulged out of his head with delight. He looked at the crystal as if he was holding the most valuable treasure in his life. The master promised to help, but immediately began asking strange questions. He heard that the dragon had disappeared somewhere at the very moment when Alex mysteriously disappeared from the city. The sage pretended not to understand what these hints were all about and immediately changed the subject. Later, rumors emerged that the sudden rain might have been artificially caused. Someone could have deliberately caused a downpour to destroy everyone in the city. The blue moon is ideal for the role of the culprit, but direct evidence is needed. Alex returned to his room and began to think about his next steps. He was ready to work without a break, but his slimes suddenly went on strike. They were tired of working without days off and could no longer keep up with their boss's pace. In his past life, Alex was too used to working around the clock, and now he has become a real workaholic tyrant for his pets. He demanded the impossible from his assistants and didn't even notice it. I had to admit my mistake and have a little picnic for the hungry slimes. The whole team went to the city center in search of something tasty. Usually the shops were open until night, but today everything was closed. Even the local chef decided to end the day earlier than usual. He complained that he had problems with meat supplies. There was simply nothing to cook with. The hungry slimes looked longingly at the empty kitchen, and Alex decided not to leave them upset. He assured the cook that he would resolve the issue with the meat himself and asked him to wait a little. The restaurant's main dish is prepared from wild boar kuzu. Alex sent his pets into the forest to find a pair of these animals. For experienced scouts, this took only a couple of minutes. The boars were found instantly. All that was left was to use magic and quickly fry an excellent shashlik. Less than an hour later, the chef received a whole mountain of fresh meat. This supply will last for several months, and the business is now in no danger. The slimes enjoyed their dinner and thanked the chef for the wonderful dishes. After a short rest, Alex returned to planning. Apparently, the artificial rain was not without the guild's participation. It was necessary to infiltrate the headquarters and obtain the necessary information. To motivate the tired slimes, Alex promised them an extra serving of shish kebab. Some of the slugs immediately rushed towards the guild, and Alex headed towards the equipment counter. He had never seen Joshua so happy. Today, the master has clearly surpassed himself and created something extraordinary. The golden crystal allowed the development of completely new armor for slimes. Now they were not afraid even of the fiery breath of the most powerful dragons. Slimes became not only fast, but also incredibly protected. The durability of the artifact has reached a level that could only be dreamed of before. Joshua was proud of his work and was in no hurry to take payment. He wanted to personally verify that the artifact was truly impenetrable. Together with Alex, he went to a quiet place where he could practice magic in peace. The sage tried out various types of fire magic and tested the armor's strength. Despite the most powerful blows, the defense withstood everything and proved its reliability. After checking, it was possible to close the deal and generously thank the master. Both were pleased with the collaboration. It was a rare case where everyone wins. After this, the friends said goodbye and went their separate ways. Returning to the hotel, Alex received a fresh batch of information from his slimes. An emergency meeting is currently taking place at the guild's main headquarters. Let's not go into details and just briefly outline what exactly happened there. The guild already understands that the rain was caused by magic and is now trying to find those responsible. They believe that a branch of the guild from a neighboring city is behind this nightmare. The guys there were always unfriendly and had no intention of sharing information with anyone. The investigation would continue the next day, and Alex was planning to take a direct part in it. He decided to collect as much information as possible about the neighboring city and go there personally. Working at a high pace had been the norm for him since his previous life. Having completed all the business in the city of the goddess, he was fully prepared for the next challenge. The administrator looked at him as if he had decided to go on a suicide walk. The city of Oracle was famous for its closed and suspicious people, so almost nothing was known about it. Usually only bandits went there, confident that no one would ask them any questions. This information alarmed the hero, but he still did not abandon the idea. Having received the coordinates of the city, Alex immediately set off on his way. He gathered his things and ordered the proud wolf to give it his all. With the new collar, the animal looked as if it had turned into a Formula One car. He learned to accelerate at lightning speed, but still did not notice the obstacles in front of him. Because of this, they crashed right into a huge grizzly bear that had just finished hunting. The bear did not like the fact that his peepers were caught off guard, and he decided to tear the man to pieces to feed his cubs. The experienced sage assessed the threat and instantly subdued the beast with fire. The fluffy giant turned into a cold skeleton that will no longer bother anyone. There was no point in checking whether he was alive or not. Everything was clear. After several more hours of travel, the adventurer finally reached his destination. Before him lay that very dark, mysterious city of Oracle. At first glance, everything looked normal, and even the architecture seemed nice. But the locals looked at the newcomer as if they expected trouble from him. There was a thick tension in the city, and the air smelled of something unpleasant. It was so quiet, as if people were afraid to say an extra word. Alex hurried to the guild office, feeling dozens of stares on him along the way. Inside, everything also looked calm, but this turned out to be just a mask. Instead of the usual female administrator, he was met by 3 adult men. They looked tense and didn't say a word. There were almost no tasks on the notice board, and this was the first serious oddity. Usually the guilds are inundated with requests from farmers and locals, but not here. Looking around, Alex again caught someone else's attentive gaze. He didn't tempt fate and decided to leave before it was too late, but he still left one slug inside the guild to know what was going on. As soon as he left, the 2 men immediately went into a private conversation. They disappeared into the back room and began to discuss the new guest. One of them instantly recognized Alex by name. They knew that he had previously been a target of the Blue Moon, but then for some reason, the order was canceled. According to the documents, the sage was considered too weak, although the young adventurer thought otherwise. He said that he felt a frightening aura coming from Alex and offered to kill him right now. An argument broke out between the men. One demanded that Alex be eliminated. The other insisted that he was not dangerous. These words became a signal for the sage. It was time to think about immediate departure. He followed the conversation for a little while longer, but soon got tired of it. To avoid unnecessary risks, it was necessary to get out of the city as quickly as possible. At least then he would look like an ordinary traveler exploring the surrounding area. To the east there was another city, Iliad, and right now the hero was heading exactly there. He wanted to cross the main bridge, but saw that the road was completely destroyed. At first it seemed like a coincidence, but intuition told me otherwise. I had to take a detour and endure how the proud wolf squeals in fear. Ahead of us, a multitude of huge monsters appeared out for a night stroll. Among them stood out a huge tiger, which looked like it had not eaten for a long time. The wolf was so scared that he broke all speed records while escaping from the predator. But the giant monster blocked the way and declared that no one could escape from him. Although the sage did not want to engage in battle, he realized that he no longer had a choice. He raised his hand, and a huge wave of fire rushed straight towards the monster. This didn't stop the tiger. He only became more angry and again rushed at his prey. I had to increase the density of the fireballs, causing the wild beast to squeal in pain. Even with incredible agility, the tiger was no longer able to dodge such a barrage of attacks. When the pressure reached its limit, it was time to cool things down a bit. The ice tornado appeared just in time, and after that, all that remained was to finish off the wounded predator. Victory was only a matter of time, and in the end, the sage emerged confidently victorious. Only after the tiger's death did the remaining monsters become frightened and scatter, opening the way to the city. Ahead, the Iliad was already visible, a city that stood right on the mountain and looked almost like a fairy tale. It was so peaceful that even the local guard slept at his post, not feeling the slightest bit of danger. Alex calmly walked inside and immediately noticed friendly residents who were genuinely happy to welcome the new guest. At the local guild, he was greeted by a huge board with tasks. Everything was clearly in order here. He noticed that among the adventurers' targets was a small tiger. This gave a chance to sell an already dead monster and get the first money in a new place. The administrator glanced at the carcass at first, but then examined it more closely. She noticed that this was not the tiger listed in the ad. This monster is a cannibal, officially classified as a much more dangerous class. Alex killed a real demon by accident and instantly became the center of attention. He honestly admitted that he did it alone, but no one believed him. Pamela immediately burst into tears, deciding that the adventurer had lost all his comrades in a mortal battle. She even composed an entire emotional story to explain what was happening. It seems she has too much imagination. It's better not to interfere with her inventing fairy tales. Alex just nodded and pretended that Pamela's story was indeed true. A few minutes later, the head of the local guild, the very boss, entered the office. And it turned out to be a girl named Maria, a confident and charismatic leader. She carefully examined the monster's carcass and could not hide her surprise. When Maria saw the name on the license, she immediately realized that she was looking at a real superhero. Rumors about him have already spread across the continent and turned into legends. The man who slays dragons and subjugates monsters has become almost a mythical figure. Alex didn't even suspect that his caution had long since stopped working. Even if people only knew a part of his achievements, they still considered him a hero. And then a new stream of interesting information awaited him. It turns out that he walked through Death Valley, a place that even the strongest adventurers shy away from. And he did it by accident, just trying to get around the destroyed bridge. Speaking of the bridge, the sage quickly realized that the destruction was connected to the city of the Oracle. The Oracle Guild teamed up with the Blue Moon and carried out the explosion together. It's still unclear why they blocked the road, but the intrigue deepened. It appears the cult is still bent on destroying humanity and is becoming increasingly aggressive. Alex needs to continue gathering information and stop these madmen as quickly as possible. Moreover, he already knew about the creation of a special killing machine. If we don't hurry, the development will be completed, and then even the hero won't be able to cope with the disaster. But before starting a new mission, Alex decided to take a little rest. He bought his slimes some tasty wolf meat and fed them to their fill. After this, he first thought about expanding his team and looking for a new pet. When he carefully shared this with the proud wolf, he was mortally offended. The beast began to bow and beg the owner not to fire him from work. But the talk was not about dismissal, but about expanding the headquarters and strengthening the entire group. It was simply necessary to find a suitable animal that would fit harmoniously into the team. The guild probably kept information about such creatures. There were rumors that the city's main problem lately was a flying basilisk. Even a large group of adventurers proved powerless against this poisonous monster. When Alex heard all this crazy information, he didn't even pretend to be calm, and instantly decided to take this mysterious creature under his personal control, as if this was the moment he had been waiting for his whole life. They tried to stop him, persuaded him to wait and think everything over carefully. But Alex no longer listened to anyone, and after 5 minutes, he was confidently rushing forward. Together with the proud wolf, they walked through the Valley of Death again, walking as calmly as if it were an ordinary Sunday stroll and not a territory where nightmares live. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a huge black wolf, whose appearance seemed to darken the air around them. The sage immediately thought of trying to take control of this monster and turn the danger into an alliance. He activated communication magic and tried to reach the beast, but the wolf didn't even show signs of understanding. It became clear that the monster was completely feeble-minded and knew only one feeling: the thirst for pain and the desire to tear apart everything living. There was no point in keeping such a pet, so Alex decided to get rid of it without hesitation. Within a couple of seconds, the black wolf was completely destroyed and went where it belonged, straight into the hellish heat. Then the sage remembered that the basilisk was considered a poisonous monster, and this thought immediately gave him a new direction. To find the flying devil, you need to look for traces of its venom, and there is simply no other way here. With the help of magical technologies, this task turned into a formality, especially for a professional like Alex. Just a few minutes of searching, and the result was right there. High in the sky appeared that same flying devil, whom everyone nicknamed the basilisk. The sage tried to speak to the monster first, proposing to join forces and gain benefits for both of them. But in response, he heard only mockery. The basilisk considered people to be pathetic and insignificant creatures. He stated that he would never cooperate with those whom he calls vile slugs. The frightened wolf also tried to join the conversation, but it all ended with even worse ridicule. The basilisk turned to the wolf and began to ridicule his cowardice, as if enjoying every word. He stated that a real monster would never work alongside a human. After all this nasty chatter, the basilisk decided to end the conversation and taste the young sage. He rushed into the attack so abruptly, as if he had been preparing a deadly dash in advance. But Alex managed to react and put up a powerful protective barrier at the last moment. After this, a fierce battle began on a collision course where no one even thought of retreating. Both opponents fought with all their might, and the air literally vibrated with intense magic. At some point, using the icy oblivion, Alex managed to slow down the basilisk and almost completely stop it. The speed-deprived monster became the perfect target for a huge fireball. The basilisk was completely destroyed, but the adventure certainly didn't end there. It turned out that the monster's last victim had been in its vault all this time. The slimes immediately recognized. In front of them was that same slippery bird, known for its high intelligence and cunning. It turns out that this bird has been friends with slimes for a long time and could prove to be a useful ally. Alex immediately used restoration magic and returned the chick to normal. Seeing his old friends happily chatting, the sage realized that he had finally found the perfect pet. Yes, the slippery bird doesn't look like a superweapon or anything truly menacing, but no one should underestimate the ability to fly and control air currents. In combat, this can sometimes decide everything. They quickly came to an agreement and signed a full contract. But after just a few seconds, the bird excitedly asked the sage for help. This flying beast was too often the prey of powerful monsters and almost died every day. If it weren't for Alex, the bird would hardly have seen the next sunrise. After all the trials, the company became very hungry and decided to return to the city to finally eat wolf meat. The first thing the sage did was go to the guild and receive a reward for destroying the basilisk. After that, he rented a room in a hotel and for the first time in a long time, allowed himself to rest properly. Slime from the city of Oracle contacted him. He announced that an emergency meeting was beginning in the guild building. High-ranking guild members and representatives of the Blue Moon sect gathered there. They discussed a mysterious adventurer whom they intended to destroy at any cost. This adventurer turned out to be Alex himself, and rumors of his danger were already circulating throughout the region. At some point, a representative of the sect declared that all this was nonsense compared to the main plan. In 3 weeks, the weapons of mass destruction will be ready, and then their enemies, including Alex, will turn into ordinary dust. These people looked almost satisfied, as if their dark plan was already 90% implemented, and all that remained was to wait for the finishing touch. The only thing that genuinely upset them was the thought that after the operation was completed, they would no longer be able to hunt ordinary people with impunity. They assured each other that the world would soon be cleansed. But for that to happen, one more key problem had to be eliminated. According to them, the sect's main task remains the killing of the Black Ruin Dragon, a creature of legend. Even among the experienced killers, there was a noticeable sense of unease, as no one really understood how to defeat the ancient colossus. To get at least some details, Alex immediately decided to go to the local church. He hoped that a local priest or old forgotten books might shed light on the hidden sides of this story. But as soon as he entered the church, he met the one he least expected to see, an old acquaintance. Priest Donald seems to be pursuing Alex across the continent. Finding him even in the most forgotten corners of the world, Alex still didn't understand whether he could trust this man, and the next meeting only caused him new doubts. Donald claimed that he had received a divine revelation and that this was the reason he was in this city. It was hard to believe, but the sage understood that he had no other reliable source of information. When talking about the dragon, Alex heard that information about it was strictly classified and available only to select priests. Alex was in dire need of any information and asked to be told everything that the church knew. It was said that the Dark Ruins dragon was a mythical beast that only a heavenly messenger could defeat. But before this happens, the world will see 7 unique events, the meaning of which is still unknown. The first of these should be the appearance of a dark monster that threatens the entire world. After this, a shining blue moon will appear in the sky, a phenomenon that no one can really decipher. Donald apologized for knowing so little, but insisted that this was all that even the High Church could offer. Then Alex started asking questions about weapons of mass destruction and finally got at least some answers. It turned out that this weapon was created specifically to destroy the giant dragon that appears in myths. But it is so dangerous that if it gets out of control, half the world could disappear. And this cannot be allowed to happen. Legends also speak of the arrival of a divine messenger who was supposedly sent from another planet. Alex stubbornly ignores the obvious and still doesn't understand that he is considered to be this messenger. It seems he is so accustomed to considering himself an ordinary sage that he does not even allow himself to think about his own divine role. Towards the end of the conversation, Donald suggested looking for more information in a city called Maryland. He assumed that this was where he could find details about the dragon and the ill-fated weapon that the cultists were preparing. Trusting the priest was risky, but other than his tips, Alex had no clue. So he decided to take a risk and began collecting information about the mentioned city. The strangest thing is that Maryland was not on any official maps of the continent. I had to go to the guild and talk to Pamela, who promised to open the archives and retrieve the old maps. It turned out that this city really does exist in the east, but for some unknown reason, it was not included on the new maps. After studying the documents, Alex said goodbye to the guild administrator and warned that he was leaving on a long journey. Suddenly, the girl burst into tears and said that without him, their city would plunge into chaos again. I had to calm Pamela down, although her reaction seemed overly emotional and a little strange to the sage. He quickly packed his things and hit the road, preparing to search for the mysterious Maryland. Now his team was a little bigger, and Alex could also count on air support. After several days of travel, the mysterious city finally appeared before him. At first glance, it was an ordinary settlement, no different from others. But then Alex saw a huge building in the very center, guarded by dozens of soldiers. They all looked extremely focused, as if they were on the brink of a major war. There was definitely something important stored here, and the sage had to find out what it was. He knew that the blue moon was probably watching his every move, so he had to act carefully. Alex sent his slimes on reconnaissance missions, and they always carried out orders with perfect precision. At this moment, an important representative of the Blue Moon sect approached the building. He sternly warned the security guards to be careful and not let anyone through, not even the little slimes. This meant that the cult was aware of the threat posed by Alex and was preparing for the inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, the slimes had already successfully penetrated inside and began transmitting a bunch of interesting information. The first thing that caught their eye was the people who looked like walking dead, moving without emotion or meaning. To get to the main room, they had to pass through dozens of traps and dangerous mechanisms. But thanks to their flexibility and cunning, the slimes managed to get inside without hitting a single trap. There they discovered a huge vessel filled with a strange dark liquid. Around the vessel, zombie-like people were praying and repeating incomprehensible spells. The situation became even more terrifying when one of the women pulled out a knife and stepped forward. She cut her vein, and the blood slowly flowed straight into the giant vessel. The color of the liquid instantly became thick and black, like molten resin. It looked extremely disgusting, raising even more questions than answers. Perhaps this is exactly the kind of liquid that was in the barrels that were transported by the mercenaries who were trying to get closer to the Blue Dragon. There were indeed dozens of empty barrels nearby, neatly stacked in a row. The possessed people continued to fill them with dark liquid, completely losing the ability to think independently. After that, like perfectly programmed machines, they calmly and even frighteningly measuredly headed towards the back exit. A few minutes' journey brought them to an abandoned mine, where, despite the devastation, work was in full swing, hidden from the world. Approaching the doors, one of the men uttered a strange spell in an unknown language, which sent shivers down the walls. The doors opened automatically, and the zombies stepped inside without any unnecessary emotion. There were many employees there who brought the same barrels and carefully stored them in a remote warehouse. The slimes quickly examined the mine and gave their boss a complete report, down to the last detail. Most of the exits were deliberately blocked to prevent the cult from being attacked and to maintain control over the territory. Alex felt a thick dark energy in the air, which made it clear that something much more dangerous than ordinary rituals was happening here. It was unclear why the workers were bringing this terrible liquid, but one thing was clear. It was needed for something huge, hidden in the central pit. Taking a closer look, Alex finally saw the silhouette of the very weapon of mass destruction that the cult had been talking about. Its size turned out to be so monstrous that even the sage's legs trembled. But the biggest surprise was that the slimes noticed strange movements at the very bottom of the giant mine pit. There in the darkness slept the legendary black dragon from ancient myths, surrounded by magical chains and poisonous thorns. Its size was such that all the dragons Alex had met before looked like newborns next to it. It was a threat of universal proportions, but what happened next really threw the hero off balance. Before Alex could say a word, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes and spoke, as if it had been waiting for an interlocutor for a long time. The monster was greatly weakened. Every movement was unbearably difficult for him. The slimes were confused, but the sage kept a cool head and decided to find out what was really going on. At first, the dragon couldn't believe his eyes and thought that his mind was playing a cruel joke on him again. Alex did everything possible to bring the monster back to his senses and convince him that he had a real ally in front of him. The dragon finally came to his senses and, out of boredom and despair, agreed to talk to at least someone. Alex calmly explained that he had come not to fight, but to look for answers. He was interested in the true goals of the sect and the reasons why the ancient monster was being held captive. The dragon no longer had anything to hide, so he honestly admitted that he was being kept here only for the sake of future destruction. This has been going on for many years, and all because of that very weapon of mass destruction. The cursed liquid gradually sucks the strength out of him, making him weaker every minute. While the dragon fades, the weapon, on the contrary, absorbs power and gains insane strength. Hearing this, Alex offered something that no one had ever offered the dragon: an honest alliance. They both want to destroy the Blue Moon sect, and their goals are completely aligned. By uniting, they will be able to tear the enemy to pieces and get out of this hell. For Alex, this is a chance to gain his greatest ally. And the dragon, in fact, simply has no choice. The only obstacle was the poisonous thorns, which paralyzed the monster and did not even allow it to raise its head. To break these shackles, a strong and experienced wizard with a steady hand was needed. Alex declared that he is not just a tamer, but a high-level magician, and is ready to prove it. He activated his magic core and concentrated a huge amount of power into one point. A flash of fire tore through the thorns, turning them to ash right at the dragon's feet. The monster took a deep breath and felt the taste of freedom for the first time in years. He vowed to tear to pieces anyone who dared to hurt him and take away his power. Released, he roared so loudly that the walls of the mine shook and began to destroy the guards like dry straw. The first target was the weapon for which he had been tormented all these years. For the legendary Dark Dragon, such a task is a piece of cake. His fiery breath alone could melt an entire fortress. The massive structure created by hundreds of people crumbled in just a second. The dragon broke free and regained the freedom that had been stolen from him. The cultists desperately tried to stop him with spears and enchanted weapons, but it looked pathetic and even comical. They resembled helpless ants trying to stop a storm. The dragon laughed at their futile attempts and destroyed each one without showing an ounce of mercy. Having dealt with the mine, he broke through and rushed to the surface. By this time, the city had begun to panic, and people were fleeing in terror from the approaching fire. But it was too late. The dragon's flame was catching up with everyone who wore the blue moon symbol. The mine could no longer contain the Titan, and all that remained of its tunnels were ruins. The cultists took out their most dangerous weapon, black bullets of madness. These bullets pierce any armor and even break magical barriers. One of them hit the dragon, and he felt a sharp weakening. The attack was truly dangerous. He tried to fight back with a new fiery breath, trying to gain at least a second. But the result was a shock. Neither the monsters nor even the cannon itself were harmed. The sex weapon withstood the blow as if it were made of heavenly metal. Even Alex didn't expect this and decided to intervene personally, activating the death aura. But his attack also proved useless. The sex weapon remained completely intact. Then the sage concentrated his mana and decided to use a stronger version of the spell, hoping to at least leave a crack in the armor. He hoped that now even the divine metals would not withstand the crushing blow of fate that had fallen upon the cannon. When the fog cleared a little, it became clear that this powerful attack had indeed been enough to completely destroy the gun. They were finally able to deal with the Blue Moon Sect's most powerful weapon and deprive the enemies of their main trump card. Now the dragon could feel much more confident, although the shock from what he had experienced still did not want to let him go. Watching the man who had just saved his life, the dragon realized that Alex was a true divine angel. After this, the great sage immediately rushed to cast a powerful restoration spell. The monster's resources were fully restored, and he instantly felt much better. To make sure the situation was finally under control, the dragon quickly destroyed the surviving enemies. He truly enjoyed taking revenge on those terrible creatures who had tormented him for so many years. In those seconds, he did not feel a drop of regret, but only sank into pure primal satisfaction. When the fire attacks died down, not even ashes remained of the mine and the sect representatives. Alex looked at this strong and resilient monster, trying to understand where in the world such creatures come from. They finally got to know each other properly, and the dragon respectfully thanked the guy for saving him. Bao had encountered sage tamers before, when he met a legendary heroine of the past named Regina. Once upon a time, the world really did find itself on the brink of total destruction, just as Father Donald had said. Only thanks to the strongest beings, such as the Dark Dragon Bao and Regina, was total collapse avoided. Analyzing everything that had happened, Bao realized that before him stood a sage much stronger than Regina herself. That girl couldn't use her most powerful spells in a row, while Alex did it without hesitation. This guy is truly amazing, and that is why he is able to claim to tame the dragon. Previously, the sage did not even think that he would ever be able to tame such powerful animals. Of course, he was incredibly happy to have such a strong ally on his team. But it's not that simple, because when taming a beast, a person gives it part of his own mana. Right now, Alex has a few tamed beasts, but they are too weak to take much energy. They don't like to admit it, but their bodies put almost no strain on their owners. If Alex decides to tame such an incredible beast as Bao, the situation will change dramatically. In any difficult moment, when he needs a powerful spell, his mana will be depleted much faster. It was rumored that it was precisely this problem that once destroyed the heroine of the past, Regina. She used a powerful spell and simply didn't have enough mana to restore herself and her companions. Alex thanked Bao for such important information, after which they parted for a while. The dragon went to recuperate, promising to contact him immediately after his full recovery. For a while, the city of Maryland was plunged into real chaos. First, their mine was destroyed, and then they saw a huge black dragon with their own eyes. It took time for people to recover, as did the Blue Moon sect. These people suffered a crushing defeat, although they were already preparing to celebrate victory. Now their plans were destroyed to the ground, although they continued to pretend that they wanted to save the world. In fact, the weapon of mass destruction was supposed to eliminate more than just the Dark Dragon. Very soon the legendary Red Dragon was to be reborn, and it was no longer possible to stop him. It seemed the world was heading towards collapse again, and Alex would have to intervene sooner or later. He was amazed to hear about the Red Dragon and realized that only Bao could shed light on all these mysteries. Meanwhile, the sectarians realized that the dragon was not the only one to blame for the failure of their plans. They felt that someone had helped Bao escape, but they couldn't find out the truth. A little later, the great sage contacted his new friend, who was already finishing his recovery. Bao invited him to his city and claimed that he knew a lot about the Red Dragon. This legendary monster will soon be reborn, and then the entire world risks drowning in darkness. A few days after the conversation, Alex arrived in the city of Baozaria. The locals celebrated the return of their beloved god, who once gave them hope. This place was an ordinary village until Bao one day decided to thank the people. He discovered a huge gold mine and gave the local people incredible wealth. Since that day, people have idolized the dragon and called him their true savior. Immediately after the arrival of the great sage, the dragon decided to descend into the city and greet the inhabitants. He showed off his majestic stature, causing people to instantly fall to their knees. Alex was no stranger to such scenes, as in a past life his boss had forced office workers to bow for show. Those times were disgusting. But worshipping the great dragon had nothing to do with humiliating oneself for the sake of a vile man. The dark dragon didn't even notice his new friend at first and began asking the crowd about the man with the tamed slimes. The residents immediately looked at Alex and decided that the dragon was going to kill him. They surrounded the guy and started threatening him, although it all turned out to be a simple misunderstanding. Bao intervened and reminded them that there was a great sage in their city at the moment. One of his spells is enough to wipe out an entire city, so you definitely shouldn't mess around with him. After this, the dragon and the sage went into the forest to calmly discuss the situation. Alex wanted to learn as much as possible about the mysterious Red Dragon, about whom so many disturbing rumors were circulating. It turned out that in the past, when the world was in danger of destruction, Bao and Regina fought together against the legendary Red Dragon. They tried with all their might to stop him, and to do so, they had to go through inhuman torment. During those dangerous years, Bao also fought the great blue water dragon. Alex immediately remembered his battle with that very monster and realized that they were talking about that very blue creature. He told Bao about his adventures, and at first, he didn't even believe such a crazy story. The sage was incredibly lucky that he was only confronted by a young version of the blue dragon at the time. But now he needs to realize that right now, a much more dangerous beast is preparing to be reborn. If the Red Dragon is not destroyed within the first few days after its rebirth, no one will be able to stop it. He will turn into a monster that destroys continents even without using mana. As soon as Bao said these words, the mountains around him shook, as if an earthquake had started. Everyone immediately tensed up, and the dragon hastened to warn the residents of the impending threat. He said that a terrifying creature was approaching and that people needed to find a safe haven. The city must be abandoned, at least until the battle with the Red Dragon is completed. This monster is considered one of the greatest and most destructive dragons ever created. Even Bao is afraid of him and doesn't understand how exactly he can be killed. Alex remembered his divine blade that Donald had given him. This weapon can help, but to strike it, you will have to put absolutely all your magical energy into it. Bao had his own special device for such cases. He created a device that could fill his body with new strength. This magical stone was able to restore even the greatest creatures. It was only necessary to activate the mechanism, and Bao could immediately regain his former strength and clarity of mind. A few moments later, a fiery meteorite fell from the sky. This was the Red Dragon, who came into the world for the sake of his reincarnation. Now he looked like a miniature version of Bao, but underestimating him would be a fatal mistake. Although its body was still small, the power of this creature exceeded that of the darkest dragon. Bao immediately used his fire breath, trying to destroy his opponent. But the attack was useless. The Red Dragon did not even notice the blow. In response, he struck the first blow and instantly pierced Bao's wing. This was enough to understand. The Red Dragon is incredibly dangerous, even in the first seconds of its new life. Then Alex entered the battle, quickly restoring the wing of his new ally. Having assessed the situation, the sage tried to identify the enemy's weak points. To do this, he began to attack from different directions and used the technique of magical transurfing. His fire bullets combed the entire space, trying to find at least one vulnerability in the dragon's body. But so far nothing worked. The red monster was too strong. It became clear that a much more powerful weapon needed to be used. Moreover, Alex noticed that the red dragon was gradually increasing in size right during the fight. In 3 days, he will become a giant, in front of whom even Godzilla would look like a cowardly lizard. His rare but insanely powerful attacks created huge problems, and Alex was constantly forced to spend energy restoring Bao. At some point, the sage realized that the battle could not be won with such tactics. He needed to change his approach. He then offered the dragon to make a contract and fight as one. Bao had to temporarily become a tamed beast, defeat the red dragon, and then regain his freedom. Realizing that there was no other way out, the dark dragon agreed and signed the blood contract. The tamer gained an ally of incredible power and immediately sacrificed part of his own strength. Alex instantly felt a real weakness, as if the support inside him had been torn out. Most of his mana went to Bao, but this immediately changed the situation on the battlefield. The red dragon felt the pressure for the first time, and his confidence began to crumble. The forces were leveling, although the enemy's evolution was moving much faster than they expected. With each passing minute, he grew stronger and tried to regain his dominance. The two great dragons fought again, as they had once done in ancient times, when the world was completely different. Their fiery breath collided like two nuclear missiles in the middle of the ocean. It's a good thing the residents left the city, because the shock wave could have wiped them off the face of the earth. But even such monstrous attacks by Bao did not bring him a decisive advantage. Watching what was happening, Alex realized it was time to go all in. He analyzed the enemy and was finally convinced that the fire cemetery was useless. Even nuclear meteorite technology wouldn't help here. Something much more powerful is needed. Alex suggested giving the dragon almost all of his remaining energy so that he could use his most destructive weapon. The attack was called Heaven's Destruction, and it truly required all of the tamer's mana. It was during the use of this technique that Regina completely exhausted her energy and died. It was the biggest risk in Alex's life, a step on the brink of suicide. But there was no choice. Either this attack would work, or the world would plunge into inevitable collapse. Alex decided to take a desperate step and without hesitation transferred his energy to the dragon, feeling as if something inside was breaking. He felt his body rapidly weakening, but despite this, he continued to stand upright, holding onto his consciousness with the force of stubbornness. With the additional flow of mana, Bao immediately rose up and began to act with a fury he had never had before. He cut through the air with a crushing blow comparable only to those attributed to the ancient gods of destruction. The flash of light was so powerful that it could be seen even from orbit. This is what the technique of destroying the heavens looked like in full force. Alex managed to erect the last barrier, and now, barely able to stand on his feet, looked at his enemy through the trembling air. He saw that the blow had indeed broken through the defense, and the red dragon had noticeably weakened, as if half of its life force had been ripped out. The monster was still breathing and trying to get up, but its stats had clearly dropped, and it was visible even to the naked eye. However, he could not be trusted for a second. because his claws remained sharp enough to slit the throat of even a dark dragon. The battle continued, and with each passing second, it became increasingly clear that it could not be prolonged under any circumstances. Alex took another risky step and again transferred the rest of his energy, driving himself to the very edge of survival. He was going to repeat the heaven-destroying technique, even if it meant living on pure will and risking his own heart. This time, Bao patiently waited for the perfect moment when his opponent opened his mouth and exposed his vulnerable spot. After this, the dragon activated heaven destruction, and the battlefield shook with a thunderous explosion. The red dragon was completely exhausted, although it was still afloat. But the same thing was happening to Alex. He decided on such a stupidly bold attack only because he remembered something important at the very last moment. A few weeks ago, together with Rina, he created a special elixir that could restore mana, albeit not immediately. It was this elixir that could now bring him back from the brink of the abyss when his body was literally sounding the alarm due to total devastation. The red dragon tried to regain his strength, but Alex got ahead of him and already held his legendary dagger in his hands. He understood that the weakened monster would be almost unable to resist, and that he only needed to activate the strengthening magic in time. As soon as the dagger received a charge of energy, it began to glow and became powerful enough to cut through even dragon armor. The monster tried to counterattack, moving forward, but speed was no longer on its side. Due to the loss of energy, he became too slow and simply did not have time to overtake the sage. Alex lunged forward, closed the distance, and struck straight at the heart, putting everything he had left into the attack. It wasn't just a blow. It literally tore the dragon into two huge pieces in one terrifying move. At that moment, Alex looked as if the demonic force had actually elevated him to the rank of a minor god. The red dragon, created as a weapon against humanity, fell and no longer posed a threat to the world. He was completely destroyed, and the great sage collapsed nearby, having lost the last bits of energy. He passed out and woke up only several hours later, when his body finally allowed him to return to reality. Friends stood nearby, explaining that everything had ended well and that they could stop worrying. Rina's elixir completely restored his parameters, and Alex finally saw the results of his work. The huge red dragon lay before them, cut in half, with no sign that it would ever rise again. It was the most successful mission of his life, though the thought of it seemed strangely quiet after such hell. He stayed alive only thanks to the potion. Without the magical nectar, he would have been exhausted at the beginning of the battle. Bao thanked his friend, noting that the two of them had accomplished a job worthy of the continent's finest heroes. Now the world was assured of at least a little peace, even if it was only for a short time. But before resting, Bao wanted to clarify whether his comrade really belonged to those same blue-blooded sages. The fact is that such divine nectar, which is born from mushrooms after the death of the dragon, helps only the chosen ones. This has happened before, and sometimes people have appeared whose blue blood has changed the balance of power on the entire planet. Regina was one of those figures, and it seems that Alex has now quietly taken her place. It was the first time he had heard of blue blood, but he knew that it explained many of the strange things that had been happening to him lately. Those with blue blood have increased mana reserves and can influence the course of events at the level of entire civilizations. But such blood attracts dragons, and it is impossible to hide from them even in the most remote corners of the world. Alex needs to be prepared because his main battle is just getting ready somewhere ahead. After completing the mission, he collected all the mushrooms that grew near the red dragon's corpse, hoping to use them in the future. These rare fruits could allow him to create another portion of the potion that could one day save his life again. Suddenly, Priest Donald appeared on the battlefield again, as if he were drawn by fate itself. He claimed to have received another divine message, although this time, Alex only rolled his eyes wearily. But Donald was not embarrassed, and continued to behave as if everything around him was happening according to a pre-written script. First, he helped gather mushrooms, and then, without warning, he began to pray as if something was being prepared. At some point, it was as if he had a mental block and suddenly demonstrated the Shaolin technique. One movement of the leg was enough to split the stone block as if it were made of dough. Ordinary priests certainly couldn't do this, But Donald had long been out of step with any norms. There were too many mysteries hidden in his past, and he preferred to keep most of them to himself. The strangest thing is that Donald knew Bao personally, and for a very long time, ever since the times when they fought shoulder to shoulder. They met many years ago, when the world was much darker, and worked together against the forces of chaos. From the conversation, it became clear that the legendary priest in his youth was not a priest at all, but a mercenary. He fought as part of an elite group of hunters and earned the nickname the Bulletproof Assassin. Almost nothing remains from those days. The team broke up, and Donald chose the path of a servant of light. His life changed after he lost all his friends, and that's when he decided to turn to faith, leaving his past in the shadows. He reported that of all the surviving mercenaries, some went mad from what they had experienced and decided to create their own cult. These people, having completely lost faith in conventional methods of fighting evil, abandoned weapons and chose the path of fanatics. They announced that they would cleanse the world in their own way and named their new sect Blue Moon. This meant that Donald's old team, once his friends and partners, had now become the main threat to humanity. He tried to stop them many years ago, but they had gone too far and no longer listened to the voice of reason. Now Donald is doing his best to help the sage, hoping to bring back to the world at least some of the justice that he himself has lost. His motives finally became clear, and Alex felt that this guy could really be trusted. The priest also revealed a crucial detail. He knows where the Blue Moon gets its huge sums of money from. It would be ridiculous to think that such a gigantic sect lives on donations from pious grandmothers. It turns out that their main city is Foudroy, a fortified base that they have long since taken complete control of. The sectarians have taken over the local government and are now using the city's internal resources as if it were their personal wallet. To begin with, they dig up all the precious materials around Foudroy and sell them on the black market. But this is only part of the income, because the work of adventurers is thriving in the city, and it brings in huge amounts of money. Adventurers are massacring the influx of monsters that are drawn to the magical plants around the city as if they were sweets. By killing these monsters, adventurers create goods that the guild immediately sells. The monster carcasses are incredibly valuable. This business runs like clockwork, but Alex understands perfectly well how to break this entire scheme with one move. To cut off Blue Moon's funding, slimes must be sent to destroy the magical plants around Foudroy. When the flowers disappear, the monsters will go to another part of the country, and the city will lose its main raw material. Adventurers will be left without orders, the guild will be left without income, and Foudroy's economy will begin to collapse. This will automatically hit the entire sect, which is based on money, not ideas. Without funding, they will no longer be able to calmly carry out their dirty deeds and make new plans. In theory, the plan sounded perfect, especially since the sage had recently tamed so many slimes that he could raise an entire army. He could count on strong support, but at the same time asked some of the slugs to stay nearby, just in case. Alex explained the details of the mission to them and ordered them to go to Foudroy, to act quietly but effectively. After that, it was time to say goodbye to Donald and Bao, although it was clear that the paths of these three would cross again. Now the sage focused on the main goal, to destroy the Blue Moon and cross out their plans once and for all. This sect had interfered with his normal life too often, and Alex's patience had finally snapped. Returning to the nearest town, he allowed himself to rest for a while and then contacted the slimes. They had already found Foudroy and had turned the surrounding forest into a wasteland, as if a giant fire tornado had passed through it. It seemed as if a huge fire had recently raged around the city, leaving only ashes and scorched earth. Moreover, the magical plants had a strange effect on the airs. The effect was extremely unexpected. They acted as if they had sniffed some magic mint and suddenly turned into a wobbly steak. Even the slippery bird couldn't take it anymore and turned into a shapeless jelly for several hours. Only after some time did she slowly return to her previous appearance and was able to take off again. Alex asked his pet to explore the city and describe what exactly was happening inside the walls of Foudroy. When the monsters came into the forest to feed, they saw that their food had completely disappeared. not a single leaf remained. In a couple of days they will emigrate, and the adventurers will lose their main job, which feeds the whole city. This has already had a serious impact on finances, and alarming discussions have begun within the sect. Within days, the city began to lose its workforce, and people literally disappeared from the streets. Most of the adventurers left for other regions, and the bosses of the Blue Moon became nervous for the first time in many years. They sensed that a conspiracy was brewing against them, and they already guessed who exactly was behind it. Alex's name came up more and more often at meetings, becoming a symbol of a potential enemy. He was suspected not only of releasing the dragon, but also of destroying the forest around the city. The rumors grew stronger after Bao told his city that Alex had saved him from the cultists. Apparently, there was a spy among the residents of Fudrua who reported this to the leadership of the sect. Now the Blue Moon bosses are discussing how to remove Alex, although they are not entirely sure that he is their main problem. They greatly underestimate the tamers, because this profession was previously considered useless and weak. And then came the breaking news. The adventurers had finally left the city, and the guild's help was no longer available. All the mercenaries moved to another region, leaving the sect without its main source of income inside Fudrua, and the reason for this was the perfect work of the smart and disciplined slimes. To somehow rectify the situation, the sect's bosses came up with a solution that seemed ingenious to them. They decided to force ordinary cultists to become farmers and personally restore the forest. These people had to learn to work with the soil and try to restore nature to its former prosperity. Hearing this, Alex realized that he had to act faster and take control of the situation. He only had to wait for the main order to come and for the work to begin. The cultists really got down to business and began to master farming skills as if it were their new profession. Slimes to them from time to time to spoil the soil and destroy new green shoots. With this approach, the plan will not fail, and you can even allow yourself to relax a little. And then one day he received an extremely curious report from one of his slugs. In the south of the forest, strange gates were discovered, covered in black symbols that gave off an ominous air. The sage hastened to go there and immediately used magic to open the massive ancient gates. As soon as he stepped inside, he was overcome by a strange feeling, as if he had entered the depths of forgotten times. There had once clearly been a thriving place here, but now it looked more like a cozy but long-abandoned hobbit house. Alex looked around and saw a huge amount of old literature neatly arranged on the shelves. Many of these books seemed familiar to him, since he had once studied one of them immediately after arriving in this world. He was sure that he was reading ordinary textbooks, but now it became clear that real magical relics had fallen into his hands. Constantly looking around and studying the room, he noticed another valuable detail among the stacks of old volumes. Quite by chance, a book dedicated to methods of destroying dragons fell into the hands of the sage. He immediately began to study it, using magical translation to understand every line. In just a few minutes, the tamer understood how to fight even the most insane and powerful dragon monsters. In the past, this book helped people stop an ancient dragon madness that threatened to wipe out entire kingdoms. People learned to create a reserve of mana within their souls, which gave them a chance to survive in deadly battles. Such people were called heroes because they could challenge creatures before whom entire armies trembled. He also found evidence of increased animal control. It turned out that with the help of magic, one can not only control animals, but also strengthen them to incredible levels. Even the most ordinary wolf could turn into something like a living tornado of destructive power. To do this, it is enough to put a little mana into it, and the animal turns into a real monster. With this information, Alex realized that his own skills could be taken to a whole new level. Now, in difficult situations, he will be able not only to fight personally, but also to strengthen his team to the state of a mini-army. It's hard to even imagine what will happen when his slimes receive an additional injection of mana. Having completed his studies, he immediately decided to test all these possibilities in practice. Universal soldiers from his slimes. The book contained a detailed plan for activating the technique, which made the task even more tempting. Having studied all the available books, the sage finally left the ruins and breathed in the fresh air. He decided to move away from the city in order to experiment in peace and not attract unnecessary attention. To begin with, he chose one slime who was to become the first universal soldier. In theory, it all sounded simple, but in reality, it required much more energy and concentration. As a result, the slime really received a powerful influx of energy and became noticeably stronger. Alex discovered that he could not only empower slimes, but also set specific parameters for them. Roughly speaking, he could give one indecent speed and another almost monstrous power. Thus, he created an army without weak points, where each slime performed its role perfectly. Even the master's best divine artifact cannot compare to the well-thought-out magical enhancement of a living being. The main thing is to distribute energy correctly and strengthen each slime individually. But to do this constantly, a lot of mana was required, and it was not so easy to replenish. It took several hours for several hundred slimes to undergo mana stimulation. This process was very tiring for Alex, but the result truly inspired him. He watched with delight as his little slugs turned into real superheroes. These changes were so impressive that now the sage did not even have to participate in battles personally. After checking the surrounding area and making sure there were no people around, Alex decided to move on to field tests. He began launching fireballs at the nearby rocks, watching the force of the new attacks. The blows were so powerful that even the proud wolf looked with slight envy. If things continue at this pace, the sage will gather the most powerful army on the continent. After some time, the training ended, because almost nothing remained of the rock. Alex promised to restore his mana reserves and then strengthen the rest of his team. He was incredibly pleased with today's find and dreamed only of a good rest. In the morning, he and his pets went to a cafe to finally have a hearty meal. Lately, he had rarely done the usual work of an adventurer and even missed it a little. Even the strongest heroes sometimes want something simple and familiar. To continue his career, he chose a nearby town called Louisiana. Getting there turned out to be easy. Just a couple of hours and Alex was already there. He understood that representatives of the Blue Moon could be hiding in this city, so he acted with extreme caution. Exploration is always useful, so it's time to send the slimes out to explore the city. At first glance, Louisiana seemed like a calm and quiet place. No fights or noisy events, just delicious food that made the slimes literally squeal with joy. The people here seemed kind and open, and the atmosphere itself seemed to be imbued with peace and comfort. The protagonist headed to the guild to study the local adventurers and assess the situation. There was nothing too dangerous or unique on the bulletin board, but one of the advertisements immediately caught his eye. The most dangerous rhinoceros in Louisiana has long been considered one of the most coveted trophies of local hunters. Many have tried to find him, but no one has ever completed this task. Alex is a scout to the core, and he is always ready to track down the most inaccessible target. The mission required him to search for the monster, while the other adventurers provided protection. For the first time in a long time, he was going to work in a team, and unexpectedly, he didn't even mind. The guys who were assigned to accompany us looked confident, calm, and a little reckless. Each of them went through difficult trials, but the question of trust still remained open. The first person he met was a handsome man named Lloyd, who apparently was the leader of the group. Then Alex met the beautiful Martha and the huge bodybuilder guy. At first he was wary of them, but gradually they seemed like quite nice people to him. Everyone wanted to befriend him and complete the task, despite its danger. They dreamed of becoming famous and were willing to risk themselves for this. No one made fun of the tamer's profession. On the contrary, they expressed respect for Alex. Lloyd intuitively sensed that he was dealing with a very experienced professional. He said that their role was to attack any monsters they encountered along the way. Martha wielded magic, while Guy acted as a living tank and the team's shield. They guaranteed safety and asked only one thing from Alex: to find that very monster. Each of them has already encountered the most dangerous locations and survived. Lloyd, for example, once visited Devil's Island. He went there to find the tears of the goddess, but having lost his friends, he was forced to flee. However, he did not regret it, because he took a risk for the sake of a valuable relic. His experience, and especially his well-developed intuition, could play a huge role in future hunting. One glance was enough for Lloyd to understand that standing before him was not just a tamer, but someone much more dangerous and interesting. It was obvious that Alex had more than just the ability to communicate with animals, and the mercenaries were already eager to see what he was capable of in a real fight. After several hours of quiet gathering, the team finally set off into the nearby dense forest. They moved surprisingly in sync, as if they had been training together for a long time and understood each other without words. Guy walked confidently ahead, taking the blow first, while Martha stayed behind and prepared her magic spells. Alex hardly strained himself, although he ordered one of the slugs to constantly monitor the perimeter. He only pretended to be doing important work, and it felt almost familiar and natural to him. In his past life, he often feigned busyness so that his boss wouldn't burden him with extra work, and old habits were catching up. In this world, he had almost forgotten about such tricks, but sometimes you can allow yourself to relax a little and just enjoy yourself. Thanks to the slimes, the team knew in advance about any approaching threat and felt much more confident. The adventurers maintained their fighting spirit, as the real goal was still ahead and required maximum concentration. The very same rhinoceros, which has been unsuccessfully sought in the city of Louisia for several years, has already become a local legend and a headache for the guild. More than one team had already disappeared trying to find this monster, and this only added to the tension. When searching, adventurers always have two main problems. The first problem is the rhinoceros itself, which possesses monstrous physical strength and virtually impenetrable defense. But there is a second problem that is often forgotten: the search process itself, which can turn into an endless hunt. Instead of a real goal, adventurers almost always encounter small and useless inhabitants of the forest. The rhinoceros seems to sense any danger and dissolves among the trees, like a real forest ghost. And now, instead of a deadly monster, the mercenaries were faced with just a group of enraged boars. This was a great chance to warm up and at the same time show off Marta's capabilities. She was not at all afraid of the approaching animals and calmly raised her magic staff. One of the boars immediately realized that this clash would end very badly for him. One powerful magical explosion was enough to destroy the beast and turn it into crispy shashlik. But the attack didn't end there. A second boar rushed towards the girl. At this point, Alex intervened, deciding to at least warm up a little and test his new strength. The result was much brighter than anyone could have imagined. His blow exploded with such force as if Alex had put all his mana and fury into it. A huge number of small animals and trees simply disappeared, turning into chips and ash. The mercenaries looked at him silently, not understanding how to react to such insane power. They turned to Alex at the same time, trying to somehow comprehend what they saw and get an explanation. He himself didn't understand anything at first, and only after a couple of seconds did he begin to guess the reason. It seemed like the slime that was nearby somehow enhanced his attack. After yesterday's ritual, pets are now able not only to grow themselves, but also to strengthen their owner. This means that when in close proximity to slimes, Alex becomes much more powerful. To test his guess, he moved further away from the slug and repeated the same attack. This time, the force of the impact was noticeably weaker, and the theory was fully confirmed. Now Alex not only has a powerful army of monsters, but can also count on their support in battle. This double benefit immediately made the other mercenaries treat him with much more respect. They thought that animal trainers were limited to communicating with animals and were not capable of such things. But now everyone understood that Alex is a magical phenomenon that has no visible boundaries. It was difficult to find the words to explain what was happening, but Alex decided not to beat around the bush. He honestly admitted that in addition to being a tamer, he is also a sage with a special set of skills. In a team, it's better to speak directly so as not to undermine the trust of allies at a critical moment. It was clear that the comrades were still in shock, but surprisingly, they took the news quite calmly. And at that moment, one of the slimes spotted the approaching threat and immediately warned its owner. Alex peered into the forest and realized that a huge rhinoceros was rapidly approaching them. No one knew if this was the rhinoceros that was being rewarded, but its size looked threatening. Either way, he's a monster, and he's going to die today anyway. For some reason, his stats are hidden, meaning his weaknesses are unknown and the fight could become deadly. The adventurers immediately took up positions and began discussing the plan without wasting a second. Alex had done his part of the job, but he didn't want to just step aside. He hated standing around doing nothing while the others engaged in combat with the giant enemy. Even though he was listed as a scout, everything inside was seething. He wanted to pull out a weapon and join the fight. Lloyd looked exactly the same. He was clearly going to fight to the end, and there was no talk of running away. No one knew for sure whether this was the rhinoceros from the mission, but now it no longer mattered. The main thing is to kill him and bring the proof to the guild, and everything else will become clear later. Everyone prepared for battle, and only Alex stood hesitantly, not knowing what to do. His friends reminded him that his primary role was reconnaissance, and that fighting should only be done as a last resort. They advised him to stay away for now and not interfere while the adults fought the Titan. For the first time since arriving in the new world, the sage felt out of place, but he understood that it was temporary. The team members stood fully prepared for the operation, and Guy confidently seized the initiative, as if he intended to personally set the pace of the entire battle. He decided to take an unconventional approach and first simply attract the monster's attention in order to intercept its focus. To do this, according to Guy, it was enough to throw a stone directly at the rhinoceros's head and prepare for his inevitable lunge. At first glance, such a simple trick should have worked, because it had already saved them more than once during previous raids. But for some reason, the rhinoceros didn't pay any attention to the adventurers, as if they were part of the landscape. The monster seemed to not care, even when Alex tried to reach his consciousness through telepathy. The mercenaries began whispering rapidly, trying to quickly come up with a plan B before everything went completely wrong. But when they were about to act, it turned out that the rhinoceros had disappeared, as if he had dissolved into the greenery of the jungle. This is what happens when you underestimate the stealth of a huge, yet frighteningly agile enemy. This monster possessed a skill that allowed it to activate a full chameleon mode and camouflage itself almost perfectly. Even with such gigantic dimensions, he remained deadly, fast and unpredictable. The rhino suddenly appeared out of nowhere and delivered a crushing blow to the team's shared shield, nearly breaking it in two. At that moment, Guy felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart by an explosion from within. Blood gushed from his mouth, and those standing nearby heard an alarming crunch. Cracked ribs left no doubt. It was too early for Guy to die, but he definitely could not continue the battle in such a state. Lloyd, as the leader of the group, immediately stepped forward and resolutely prepared to avenge his comrade. He drew his sword and furiously tried to decapitate the monster that stood in his way, but the idea failed. The sword cracked and crumbled after the first touch of the rhinoceros's armored skin. With the next movement, the monster deftly struck with its tail and knocked the rest of the weapon out of Lloyd's hand. Marta could no longer stand by and watch her group suffer defeat, so she decided to take a desperate step. She directed all her magical power at the rhino, intending to at least slightly restrict his movements. But the monster somehow incredibly calmly repelled her spells, and not a single one of them even worked. He was clearly on a completely different level, and only Alex could intervene and change the course of the battle. Alex finally emerged from the shadows and activated his legendary flame ball technique, which he rarely used seriously. A powerful explosion thundered through the jungle, and everyone was sure that after such a blow, the rhinoceros would have been blown to pieces. For several seconds, the forest was enveloped in thick smoke and an almost frightening silence. But after a short pause, the rhinoceros finally emerged from the fog, completely unharmed and even calm. He looked at Alex as if he wanted to show that such attacks would only impress children. Alex clenched his fists and decided to repeat the technique, putting double the mana charge and much more rage into it. He didn't care at all that the mercenaries could see his true hidden power. Now he was thinking only about how to defeat this insanely strong and frightening enemy. But even a blow that could have destroyed the dragon did not leave a scratch on the rhinoceros. It seemed absurd. The monster seemed to absorb any attack and openly mocked those who tried to injure it. Only the magic of transurfing, together with the support of slimes, could turn the situation around. And that was when Rhinoceros felt real power for the first time. the blows actually began to put pressure on his armor. He stepped back, which in itself was an indication of the incredible power of the attack. The mercenaries were in complete shock, because all this time they considered Alex an ordinary weak scout. Now they finally realized that before them stood a hero who almost certainly was not born into this world. Meanwhile, Guy had already recovered a little and was able to get up after such a monstrous blow. He came closer to see the result with his own eyes and congratulate Alex on his victory. Everyone was confident that the mission was complete, but their relief did not last long. The rhinoceros somehow miraculously rose again, as if he had risen from the dead, and now his eyes were burning with a thirst for revenge. Every movement he made showed that he intended to take revenge and shed human blood. Even the barriers created to contain the monster no longer worked and cracked under its onslaught. The monster didn't care whether he was attacked with fire or ice. He confidently continued to break forward. He broke through barriers with his horn and walked as if he wanted to show who was the real master of this jungle. All the local animals scattered in panic, afraid to come even 100 meters closer to the battle site. The situation reached its breaking point, and it was at this moment that Alex decided to take a truly desperate step. He realized that they were facing a monster that no one had ever seen or foreseen before. This was not the rhinoceros the guild was looking for, but an ancient monster created only for destruction. He ordered his friends to retreat to the city immediately and inform everyone what was happening there, because their presence would only hinder him from revealing his full potential in battle. He explained that around such a monster, extra people would only create a threat and become a burden, limiting his freedom of action. Alex asked them for one thing, not to tell anyone about his real skills, otherwise rumors would spread too quickly. He understood that if the Blue Lagoon learned of his power in advance, trouble would descend upon the continent like an avalanche. The friends accepted this risky request and hurried to the city, hoping to bring help in time. Alex was left alone with the ancient monster of the past, and the loneliness made the air seem heavier. But a moment later, the rhinoceros suddenly turned around and walked away towards the forest, as if giving the sage a short respite. This time was enough to contact Bao and try to find out at least something useful. Bao was stunned to hear about the rhinoceros, as such stories were only mentioned in ancient legends. He said that once upon a time, there lived a powerful dragon who was called one of the strongest creatures of the era. This dragon decided to undergo a rebirth and chose a new form, the body of an incredibly strong rhinoceros. But people took him as a threat and began to attack, forcing him to defend himself from the whole world. The entire country suffered as a result of the conflicts, and the land could not recover for a long time. Only through incredible efforts did the ancient wizards manage to seal the monster holding it for centuries. Now he was awake again, and no one understood what exactly had made him come out. Alex decided to repeat the method of the ancient magicians and try to seal the monster again. It was a nearly impossible task, but he threw all his magical potential into the attempt. For a moment, the rhinoceros lost the ability to move, as if time slowed down around him. These seconds became a chance to talk to him before the situation got completely out of control. To Alex's surprise, the rhinoceros could actually speak and did not look like he was in a war mood. He admitted that he had always simply avoided conflict and wanted to get away from people. The monster was completely blind and relied solely on intuition, reacting only to threats. That's why he didn't attack the mercenaries until they attacked him first. His nature was like that of an old martial artist who never strikes the first blow. He said that he knew absolutely nothing about the current world because he had been in captivity for centuries. After waking up, he thought that the planet had long since died because everything around him seemed alien. He was released by unknown people without even explaining why this was necessary. Alex suspected that the Blue Moon sect, which always had its own destructive plans, was behind this. The rhinoceros only asked to be left alone and allowed to die peacefully, without pain and suffering. He was mortally wounded and felt the curse slowly destroying him from the inside. Alex offered to help him and explained that in order to be healed, he needed to sign a contract. The monster realized that he had nothing left to lose and agreed to become the sage's tamed beast. After signing the contract, his body was filled with powerful energy, as if someone had lit a new fire inside him. Miraculously, he regained his sight, and for the first time in a long time, saw the world as bright and alive. In gratitude, he promised to answer any questions and not hide anything anymore. Alex was interested in the great dragon of destruction that fanatics so often spoke of. The monster confirmed that the dragon really existed and destroyed entire continents. Even the most powerful wizards of that time could not stop him. But one day, a hero from another world named Diaz appeared and was able to defeat this monster. This proved that only heroes from other worlds could kill such monsters. It appears that the great dragon of destruction may soon rise again, and humanity will have to endure a new nightmare. However, even after his sight was healed, the rhinoceros continued to suffer from a curse called the Bonds of Eternity. This curse could not be completely removed, but only weakened. Thousands of mages have tried to destroy it in the past, but all have failed. They only partially reduced the curse's power, paying for it with their own lives. Alex listened to the story to the end and said that he would try to help, despite the risk. He didn't want the ancient rhinoceros to die immediately after waking up and become a victim of fate for the second time. So he joined forces with the slugs and activated all the power he had available. It was a desperate step, and the sage risked himself, but he could not act otherwise. And by some incredible miracle, he managed to completely break the curse and tear it from the monster's soul. Alex understood that now was the moment to take the final step forward and finally destroy the Bonds of Eternity. To do this, he needed to strike the most powerful blow that his exhausted but still unshakable spirit was capable of. In this tense and mortally dangerous moment, the great sage remained calm, as if he had been born precisely for such trials. And with an incredible effort, he managed to extract from the rhinoceros's body a curse that was considered absolutely invincible. Immediately after this, Alex felt a strong loss of strength, as if someone had torn half of his life out of him. All of his stats plummeted, and he could barely stand on his feet, almost falling into unconsciousness. Then the world shook as a burst of dark energy erupted from the rhinoceros's body, shooting up into the sky and disappearing into space. Alex lost consciousness and hung for a long time between life and death, as if he was being pulled in two opposite directions. When he finally woke up, he felt much better, which meant that his body had begun deep regeneration. Such restoration is only available to divine beings, although Alex himself still considers himself an ordinary guy. He joked that he was either the stupidest sage of them all, or too kind and naive for the dangerous world of magic. As for the rhinoceros, he also regained his vitality and finally took a deep breath, as if for the first time in hundreds of years. The ancient monster thanked his savior and vowed to carry out all his orders without a single doubt. Instead of a quick death, the rhinoceros was given the chance to live for many more centuries, and for him, this was a huge gift. Thanks to his newly acquired clear vision, he remembered one important detail from the distant past. Many centuries ago, the bonds of eternity were finally broken by one single person. This man was a hero from another world, the same Diaz who is considered a legend among legends. After this story, the rhinoceros began to suspect that another hero from another world was standing in front of him. But Alex explained that when he was called up, he only saw a forest and trees, so he himself does not believe in such guesses. Although it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to deny his abnormal development and incredible abilities, after waking up, he immediately remembered his allies who had fled far ahead, escaping from the battle. Alex called the proud wolf and ordered them to catch up with the mercenaries to make sure they were okay. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention to the rhinoceros, the sage activated his invisibility skill and hid the beast from prying eyes. He came up with a plausible explanation that the ancient rhinoceros had escaped during the battle and was now nowhere to be found. After this, they split up and agreed to meet after returning to the city. The proud wolf quickly caught the scent of the mercenaries and rushed after them without wasting a second. A few minutes later, he caught up with 3 beaten fighters who were running into the city to bring reinforcements. They were shocked to see Alex alive, a man they had already mentally buried. Alex confidently explained that he managed to wound the monster during the battle, after which it immediately retreated. The mercenaries were clearly in no hurry to believe this version, and just at that moment, the rhinoceros contacted him. Wandering through the forest, he discovered the very same monster Louisia, who terrorized the area. To make the story sound logical, this monster had to be destroyed. Otherwise, no one would believe the story. For the ancient dragon, now a rhinoceros, this was not the slightest difficulty. With one monstrous blow, he pierced Louisia's armor and knocked him off his feet, giving him no chance to resist. It was a brutal and merciless murder. But the law of the jungle is simple. Only the one who strikes first survives. Now the body of the fallen rhinoceros will be taken by the slug and delivered to the city guild as evidence. Alex had to tell his friends that he himself had destroyed their main target deep in the forest. The mercenaries immediately sensed a catch. The story seemed too unbelievable, as if it had been made up on the fly. It's hard to believe that he escaped death in a battle with an ancient monster and accidentally killed another monster along the way. However, they had no choice. Seeing the dead body, they had to trust their comrade. After this, they returned to the city with relief, dreaming of a reward and a good night. The sage asked them not to reveal the whole truth and to say that it was a team effort. Even though the mercenaries wanted Alex to get all the glory, they still agreed for the sake of his plan. The guild turned out to be incredibly generous and paid them a huge sum for the successfully completed mission. After the award ceremony, the mercenaries decided to go to different places and finally rest. They thanked Alex and said that they would never forget working side by side with the great sage. As soon as they left, Alex was also about to go to the local hotel, but the girl at the reception stopped him. She reported that the great sage had received an extremely important and top-secret assignment. For a huge sum of money, the guild offers him to go to Death Island and solve a problem that has already gotten out of control. Several guild leaders from different cities united and decided to entrust a dangerous task to a man who had already proven himself capable of bringing order anywhere. Among the people who arrived were indeed old acquaintances of the sage, who clearly did not expect to see him again in such a place. Death Island has long been known for being teeming with monsters of all shapes and sizes, and even seasoned adventurers have not always returned alive. Lloyd once said that he barely managed to escape from the island immediately after the start of his mission and vowed never to return there again. The main problem was that it was there that divine tears grew, a rare plant that could improve the fertility of the land. But recently, there have been too many monsters, and the collectors have almost stopped receiving divine tears, so the supplies to the continent have sharply decreased. If the situation doesn't change, people will start to starve, and so Alex accepted the mission, even knowing how dangerous it was. He was given a special permit that allowed him to enter this deadly island without hindrance. The permit contained a short but warm message from the pirate, who had high hopes for his friend. Before traveling to distant lands, Alex decided to check out what Priest Donald was doing, because there were always a lot of strange things happening around him. He began to follow him with the help of slimes, and after a while, he realized that Donald was well aware of the surveillance. The cunning priest grabbed his pocket with his hand and suddenly pulled out a piece of meat, as if he had anticipated the actions of the spies. This was enough for the inexperienced slimes to instantly rush to the bait. The fools forgot to turn off invisibility, giving themselves away completely like inexperienced children. After such an absurd situation, it was pointless to remain in the shadows, and Alex decided to openly apologize for his surveillance. He admitted that he was worried about the priest, because the Blue Moon's hunt for him was only gaining momentum. But Donald just grinned and said that he knew how to defend himself. Since this wasn't the first time he had encountered cult fanatics, he recalled that he had already fought with their mercenaries several times and each time emerged victorious, without even asking for help. Finally, Alex asked a few important questions about the hero summoning ritual, hoping to get at least a grain of truth. The priest explained that it was impossible to repeat this ritual now. At least 100 years would have to pass. The artifact that allows for such powerful magic has not yet had time to fill with energy and will definitely not activate anytime soon. It turned out that Alex was hardly a summoned hero, or the truth was hidden much deeper than it seemed. This information confused the protagonist's thoughts even more, and his head filled with disturbing guesses. The Blue Moon, the mysterious rituals, and the rumors of the resurrection of the Dragon of Destruction all weighed heavily on him. There were legends that after the dragon's return, the world would be plunged into a series of catastrophes, as if nature itself were going crazy. Perhaps even the problem on the island of death is somehow connected with this ancient monster. To avoid getting lost in his own thoughts, Alex simply decided to take action and complete the assigned task as quickly as possible. He set off for the nearest port where his journey was to begin, an island filled with dangerous monsters. The local guild looked so strange, as if it had been recruited exclusively from teenagers who were entering the big world for the first time. The quests on the notice board were also suspiciously simple, and there wasn't a single monster-related mission among them. Alex approached the administrator and without further ado, showed his special permit. The girl immediately jumped up and began to bow, realizing that before her was a hero with a unique right to disembark. Previously, such permission was only issued to those who had already been to the Island of Death and could prove their fortitude. Alex became the first person to get a chance to go somewhere he had never been before, which caused respect and surprise among everyone around him. However, the conversation suddenly ended when the ground beneath their feet shook slightly, as if an earthquake had occurred. In fact, it turned out that a massive ship had arrived at the port, which in itself served as a full-fledged guild. The adventurers created a guild right on the ship to make it easier to get to the Island of Death and ensure regular flights. There were now 2 guilds in the city, one for newcomers and one for the elite who could survive on the island. During the conversation, Alex learned that only he had permission to land, which greatly limited his options. He could only take small slimes, but he was not allowed to take large animals with him. Alex contacted the wolf and the rhinoceros to deliver the bad news, but they offered an unexpected solution. Each of them said that they could reach the island on their own, even if they had to swim across the ocean. The proud wolf confidently said that this was nothing to him, and the rhinoceros suddenly remembered that in his youth, he could run on water. Alex decided not to stop them and allowed them to prove themselves if they really wanted to help. After this, he went to the ship and showed his pass, allowing himself to be allowed on board. There he was met by a man who looked incredibly similar to the pirate he knew, as if they were of the same blood. It turned out to be his older brother named Ronald, who had already heard of Alex's exploits. He said that he was ready to help the young sage reach the island without any problems and provide him with support. The ship was filled with experienced adventurers, each of whom had personally been to the Island of Death and knew what to expect. There was no fear in their eyes, only a cold determination to complete the mission at any cost. One of these fighters, wanting to test the newcomer, suddenly made a sharp movement and almost took Alex's head off. Only at the very last moment did Alex manage to jump to the side, although his slimes noticeably shuddered in surprise. However, this turned out not to be an attempted attack at all, but a simple harmless joke from an adventurer named Blaze. This guy was always in a great mood and loved to test the reactions of newcomers. Blaze, like many other local adventurers, had been through real hell and was now afraid of practically nothing. They repeatedly visited the Island of Death, which was also called the Island of the Devil for its frightening power. To gain at least a drop of trust, Alex only needed to show his special pass. After this, the mercenaries immediately realized that they were dealing with a real professional and not a random guest. Blaze wasn't a bad guy, just a loud, funny guy who liked to joke around and destroy monsters at the same time. He warned Alex that on the island everyone works exclusively as a team, since it is almost impossible to survive alone. After a few minutes of conversation, the ship finally moved towards the gloomy shores of the island. In a few hours, the great sage will have to face a threat that is difficult to imagine in advance. Now he was just nervous, making sure his unusual team didn't stray off course. There were no problems with the wolf, but the ancient rhinoceros disappeared somewhere, which caused alarm. Suddenly, a fin flashed in the water, and the proud wolf became frightened, thinking it was a shark attack. But it turned out to be just the horn of an ancient rhinoceros, which had been swimming calmly under the water all this time. Seeing this, the wolf immediately switched on maximum speed like a sports car. He didn't want to lag behind his rival and was eager to show his owner who was the boss here. Because of their noisy competition, the sea inhabitants began to pay suspicious attention to the wolf. He was sure he had caught a rhinoceros, But in fact, his paw had grabbed a real shark fin. When the realization of the situation hit the wolf, his heart shrank to a tiny grain of sand. A huge whale shark was just a moment away from turning the poor guy into a quick breakfast. Only a well-timed blow from the ancient rhinoceros pushed the dangerous predator back several meters. Moreover, this shark had evolved and now possessed characteristics much more powerful than usual. Alex wanted to entrust the situation to his pets, but decided to intervene and help deal with the monster. After his victory, he had a small lunch of fresh fish to restore his strength. The wolf, the rhinoceros, and even the slimes were happy to gain energy before landing. Now the sage's entire team was quickly approaching the island, where incredible trials awaited them. Blaze noticed the newcomer's lack of suitable equipment and advised him to visit a blacksmith. The local master was truly a legendary craftsman, creating incredibly strong objects. He was hardly surprised by the appearance of a new face, only glancing briefly at Alex. The master had long tried not to get attached to passengers. Too many died after the voyage to the island. He explained that on the island, they needed to work with a special hammer, which the dwarves had once supplied them with. This instrument was not intended for combat, but for obtaining the rarest tears of the goddess. Alex asked for something truly special, even if it meant forking out some money. The master got hold of the strongest pickaxe in the assortment and offered it at a reduced price. It wasn't easy to hold her, but Alex understood that reliable equipment was everything here. Once the preparations were complete, he allowed himself to relax a little before landing. But at that moment, the captain shouted loudly that the island was already close and everyone needed to get ready. Today, everything went wrong at once. The local monsters suddenly seemed to go crazy. They were hungry and decided to attack first, attacking the ship before it even reached the shore. To avoid becoming easy prey, the mercenaries must land right now. While the archers tried to hold back the advancing monsters, Alex prepared to land. To do this, the mercenaries used an unusual but very effective technique. The ship accelerated at full speed and then crashed into the shore, destroying dozens of monsters with one blow. After this, the fighters jumped and landed on the island like real superheroes. A few more minutes, and an adventure will begin that each of them will remember for the rest of their lives. But not everyone is destined to return home, because the trials on Death Island are a real hell even for veterans. The landing went smoothly, and it was time to look around and get ready for the mission. The ship immediately sailed away to avoid becoming an easy target for the monsters. Alex immediately felt a multitude of strange plants around him and a sweetish aroma reminiscent of an apple orchard. The atmosphere seemed surprisingly pleasant, although he had not yet encountered a single monster. But this peace did not last long. The local creatures had already sensed the arrival of strangers. A few moments later, intuition told the sage that he was surrounded by dangerous predators. All the mercenaries, as soon as they hit the ground, instantly took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Most of them knew in advance how to act, because they were masters of their craft. Such desperate and fearless fighters were hard to find anywhere in the world. It took less than a couple of minutes for the first wave of monsters to be torn to pieces. Alex didn't even have to intervene. Before he could blink, it was all over. He relaxed for just a second. But on this island, such things are strictly prohibited. Here, any creature can sneak up quietly and attack you while you are distracted for just a moment. And that is exactly what happened. The great sage was attacked at the most unexpected moment, when he was completely unprepared. For a second it seemed that he was about to become easy prey to circumstances and disappear forever without a trace. But literally at the last moment, one of Blaze's team fighters managed to intervene and intercept the blow. He cut through the air with his blades in a flash, destroying several monsters hidden in the bushes that had been waiting for the right moment. This guy's name was Bard, and he was considered one of the most talented swordsmen of his generation. And besides these two, there were other outstanding fighters on the team, including several girls, one of whom has now stepped forward. She was already prepared to cover her friend and smash the huge stone Terminator into rubble. Her name was Jessica, and her devastating power made even the most insane monsters of this island tremble. At times it felt as if the real Hulk had possessed her, amplifying her attacks to superhuman levels. The fourth member of Blaze's team was the fragile but incredibly technical Alice. Her precise attacks from long range have long become legendary among adventurers. It was said that Alice could hit the center of a target from hundreds of meters away, even with her eyes completely closed. With such support, it was hard to look stupid. But the true core of the team was still the captain. As mentioned, Blaze was a true fighting monster, experienced, ferocious, and always hungry for new victories. He was the heart of the team, a man who never showed weakness, even when facing death. This was not the first time they had landed on this island together and had created a real rock and roll party here. Today, they decided to make an exception and invited Alex to join their team. By this time, the remaining mercenaries had long since spread out across the island and begun to carry out their tasks. And after a short thought, Alex realized that joining the team was the best option, since he knew almost nothing about the island. A few minutes later, he felt a strange vibration of danger and immediately warned the others. Nearby, a huge killer boar was hiding in the dense bushes, watching its prey. This was no ordinary monster, but a creature of gigantic proportions, created by a nightmare. Once upon a time, this was indeed an ordinary boar, mutated after a powerful nuclear explosion. Alex sensed its approach in advance, so he was able to prepare for the first blow. Until now, he has operated from the shadows, but the time has come to show what he is truly capable of. The killer boar was incredibly voracious and dangerous. It could swallow 3 people in one gulp. But when faced with Alex's fiery blast, he instantly turned into a delicious steak. The monster showed signs of life for some time, but it was only in agony. A final, precise shot sent the boar back to his ancestors and freed the island from yet another nightmare. The team members looked at each other in amazement, trying to understand where the tamer got such abilities from. They thought they had accepted an ordinary rookie intelligence officer into the team, but it turned out that Alex was much more dangerous. It is not surprising that he received special orders and was allowed onto the island without preparation. He sensed the monster in advance and then destroyed it without the slightest effort. Moreover, the killer boar is considered one of the most powerful creatures here, an encounter with which rarely ends well. After this, no one dared to underestimate the sage anymore. They began to treat him like a real predator. After a short rest, the team began to plan their next steps. But as is usually the case on Devil's Island, any plans here fall apart in a second. It only took a slight lapse of concentration for Blaze to nearly lose his life. Only his incredible reflexes allowed him to react in time and decapitate another Titan. Immediately after this, a huge trash golem appeared in the distance, which seemed to notice the people. He started to approach rapidly, but Alex launched several fire spheres in time. They cleared the area instantly, giving the group their first period of relative peace in a long time. The mercenaries had the opportunity to look around a little and breathe in some fresh air. They found some local fruits, had a quick snack, and continued on their way inland. At some point, Blaze caught a strange smell from the plant and stopped his comrades with a gesture. Alex immediately decided to clear the thicket and again used a powerful flash of light. After the jungle cleared, an ancient castle, created entirely from the tears of a goddess, opened up before him. It is for this rare artifact that mercenaries risk their lives for years, returning here again and again. The goddess's tears have the power to transform any land into a fertile paradise and provide food for vast territories. The government is ready to pay any amount and make adventurers rich for every gram of the find. But not everyone is destined to return home. Fortune smiles only on the most resilient. Without wasting any time, each team member took out their pickaxe and began working. However, most of the instruments simply could not withstand the incredible strength of the goddess's tears. But as usual, greed forced everyone to keep trying, despite the creaking handles. Just 1 gram of the artifact costs a huge amount of money. Too much motivation to stop. And now, in front of the mercenaries, lay a whole ton of goddess tears. A real absolute jackpot. Alex also decided not to hesitate and took out his most powerful pickaxe. While the fighters were examining his rare equipment, he had already taken up a position to strike. Then there was a crushing sound, like the skull of a huge kraken cracking in half. And it was this blow that was enough to finally split the goddess's incredibly strong tears. No one could believe their eyes. It looked as if the guy had just received a divine enhancement. The local adventurers had never seen anyone break the goddess's tears so easily. With such skills, the team could count on earning a record amount of money. At the same time, Alex did not react at all to the surprised looks. He pretended that nothing supernatural was happening and that this was a normal thing for him. Then he noticed that the goddess's tears were incredibly heavy, and even a small pebble could weigh more than 10 kilograms. This meant that carrying such precious stones would be extremely difficult and would require the help of a storage facility. Slimes, as always, were ready to help out in a difficult situation, and today was just such a moment. It was difficult to explain the principle of operation to my friends, but they hardly asked any unnecessary questions. It was not possible to collect all of the goddess's tears, but even a small portion was enough to earn a record fee. It was time to return to the ship, although this did not mean that we could relax. Alex planned to leave his pets on the island for a while and return later to continue the mission. The proud wolf looked extremely frightened and begged not to be left alone with these creatures. He felt that if he stayed here, he could easily become a stake for the local monster. I had to activate the protective barrier to finally calm the wolf down. However, strange events soon began to occur, completely changing the sage's mood. Alex's main pet, a proud wolf, suddenly changed his behavior and stopped being afraid. He not only got rid of fear, but felt a strong desire to fight with all the creatures around him. He decided to find out who was the strongest here, and the sage himself could not believe his own eyes. Alex always knew that a proud wolf would be afraid even at the slightest threat. But today he suddenly turned into a fearless warrior who was eager to fight. Alex supported his friend and instantly strengthened him with magic. After this, the proud wolf went to look for his first rival and promised to return with the scalp of his enemy. A few moments later, he was already in the center of the island and felt the approach of danger. A huge black wolf appeared before him, having just gone out to hunt. At any other moment, the proud wolf would have gotten scared and run away. But not today. He prepared for battle and quickly began the fight, deciding to find out who was the boss. Despite the difference in size, the proud wolf moved as if he was the favorite in this fight. He didn't feel a drop of fear and managed to dodge even the fastest attacks. The advantage in speed became obvious, and soon it was time to end this performance. A couple of precise blows allowed the proud wolf to completely take control of the fight. It was a pleasure to watch him today. A fearless and merciless wolf who fought until the very end. He was completely indifferent to the risk of death, as if he believed in his own invincibility. Because of this, he took several powerful blows and even felt fear for the first time. At some point, the magic that made him fearless suddenly stopped working. The proud wolf, who just a moment ago was thirsting for murder, suddenly lost interest in the fight. He turned back into a little scared dog who didn't understand what was happening. The curse had just been lifted from him, completely by accident, when Alex was trying to empower the pet. The frightened wolf started to run away, and the sage had to intervene in the fight himself. He easily killed the huge dark monster and protected his pet. However, this whole situation made Alex seriously think about the state of the island. Before leaving on the mission, he was warned that anomalies had begun to occur here. It is because of them that resource extraction has sharply decreased. You need to complete the mission, take the goddess's tears to the ship, and then return to deal with the anomalies. If the problem is not solved, the lack of resources will soon make itself felt even more acutely. After lunch, the surviving adventurers began to gather at the pier. The ship stood in the open sea and was in no hurry to sail towards the island. An early approach could have ended in disaster, as monsters are always ready to attack and move onto the continent. The mercenaries immediately began to boast about the tears of the goddess that they had managed to obtain. Among the locals, there has long been a custom of organizing games of chance and placing bets on success. A guy named Mikos knew in advance that Blaze's team would achieve great success. Today, he bet a large sum on it and won 100 times more. Alex didn't expect gambling to be so widespread among mercenaries. These guys not only risk their lives, but are also ready to bet their last money. First, Blaze and his friends showed how many stones they managed to bring. Then it was Alex's turn to show off his results. When the slimes began to spit out the goddess's tears, Everyone around was shocked. It was a clear record and caused many to lose large sums of money. No one doubted anymore that the guy who was recently considered a rookie would break the local record today. Only one person predicted in advance that Alex would bring more than 50 kilograms of stones. It was that same Mikos, who, even without going to the island, became noticeably richer today because his risky bets unexpectedly turned into a real jackpot. As it turned out, he had connections scattered across the continent, especially in the guilds, where he had long ago acquired the necessary connections. After talking with his friends, Mikos finally realized that Alex was one of the strongest adventurers of his time, even though he was hiding it. He placed a large bet on the success of the great sage, and, as it turned out, made one of the most successful choices of his life. At the same time, the main character is not at all eager for everyone around him to know about his true strength and capabilities. In his past life, this would have immediately resulted in an avalanche of extra work, and he certainly doesn't intend to repeat that mistake. Therefore, even after such impressive results, it is necessary to remain in the shadows and remain cautious. While they were waiting for the ship, the mercenaries relaxed a little and missed on the moment when danger began to mount nearby. The sage contacted his slimes and saw through the eyes of his pets that a squad of wolves was rapidly moving towards them. He immediately warned the others, but most of the mercenaries treated his words with doubt. Only Blaze's squad, who had already seen the power of the great sage, immediately grabbed their weapons. These guys know that Alex's intuition has never failed him, so they completely trust his experience. The rest simply had no choice and reluctantly prepared for battle, sensing that the situation could get out of control. Within moments, everyone realized that the sage had been absolutely right all along. A herd of monsters was rushing towards them at great speed, thirsting for one thing only: blood. The battle broke out instantly, and no one even had time to properly warm up or take a comfortable position. The wolves, as if mad, rushed at the people, ignoring the difference in levels and fear of weapons. The mercenaries easily killed the entire squad of monsters and received a strange but sincere pleasure from this. Now all that was left was to wait for the ship and finally leave this damned island. Only after several long hours did the huge ship slowly appear on the horizon. The port was completely destroyed, so they'll have to jump and hope that fate is on their side today. Most adventurers will be able to jump to the ship without any problems, but luck will not smile on everyone. Those who fall into the water risk never getting back to dry land. Sea monsters watch every move carefully, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The mercenaries lined up in a long line, and one after another began to jump towards the ship. For experienced fighters, this was a piece of cake. They had done this dozens of times before. For a second, everyone was overcome with excitement when Blaze slipped before jumping, but he caught himself at the last moment and jumped successfully. Everything went smoothly with the girls too, as they were distinguished by their lightness, flexibility, and quick movements. Today, almost every adventurer landed on the deck without a single miss, as if luck had smiled on them all. There is only one man left on the Devil's Island, the Great Sage, and now it is time for him to accept his risk. Alex felt his heart speed up, and he realized that he even enjoyed this excitement. The ship moved further away with each passing second, but the tamer seemed not to notice the growing distance. When the ship began to move too far away, he finally made up his mind and activated the strengthening magic before jumping. It felt like the guy literally took off, breaking all conceivable laws of gravity. He confidently flew to the side, and his pets jumped into the water in unison to swim after their boss. The first task on the island was completed, but Alex already knew that he would definitely return here. The mystery of the anomalies still fascinated him, and it seemed that he was getting closer to solving it every day. Now that the mercenaries have reached a safe place, it's time to do the most enjoyable part: counting the profits. This moment has always been considered the culmination of adventurers because it showed what their risks were worth. The monsters are no longer a threat to anyone. All that remains is to obtain the goddess's tears and weigh each stone on special scales. This process is much more complex than it seems. The stones must be thoroughly cleaned of dirt and dust so as not to distort the result. To ensure accurate measurements, mercenaries are taken to a separate room created specifically for such procedures. There works a weighing master, a man who receives huge amounts of money for his filigree precision. With him is the head of the guild, as well as the older brother of that same pirate, and his name is Ronald. He greeted the surviving mercenaries and asked them to show what they had achieved today. Blaze asked Alex to wait and reveal his result last to make an impression. Today's catch really turned out to be incredibly valuable, especially given the problems that are happening on the continent. Farmers will finally receive the support they need and will be able to restore food production. Countless people will no longer go hungry, thanks to the brave soldiers who risked their lives. Once everyone else had finished weighing themselves, Alex finally got ready to take the rocks out of his slime, but at the last moment, he became a little nervous, deciding that such a quantity of stones could even sink the ship. Hearing the boy's doubts, Ronald first burst out laughing, not believing in such a possibility. He assured the hero that the ship was made of a special alloy and could not be sunk by ordinary cargo. Even if Alex brought home a record catch, the ship would still sail safely to shore. But after just a few seconds, Ronald's face changed dramatically. He suddenly panicked. He, like all the guild employees, had never seen such a huge number of tears from a goddess in his life. They had an absolute record ahead of them, and it would take at least 10 hours to count the entire catch. The master immediately set to work and warned that no one could leave the room until the counting was completed. These are the rules, so the whole group had to wait until late night, holding back fatigue. Each of them was exhausted and dreamed of at least a little food when the work finally came to an end. It turned out that Alex had brought with him more than 1.5 tons of precious stones today, and this figure sounded almost unrealistic. This meant that he automatically broke all the guild records and earned a simply cosmic 7 billion local coins. In fact, this makes him one of the richest men on the entire continent, although he never set out to make a fortune. This guy doesn't even have his own apartment. He has always remained modest and thought first and foremost about justice, not luxury. Now, money will no longer be a problem, and he will be able to focus on really important tasks. The next morning, the ship finally stopped at the port, and the mercenaries rushed to cash their checks as soon as they stepped off the gangway. Almost all the guild members were beaming with joy today. Their trip had been more than successful. Rumors spread throughout the area with incredible speed, and Alex began to be discussed literally at every turn. He hoped to avoid the spotlight, but such achievements inevitably give rise to legends. A little later, he decided to talk to Ronald alone to discuss much more serious issues. Despite his record earnings, Alex had no intention of simply enjoying his fame and stopping there. He said that he noticed anomalies on the island and felt the presence of strange, dark forces. Apparently, some kind of black magic turns ordinary monsters into aggressive beasts that can't stop fighting. To understand this problem, you will have to seriously strain your brain and perhaps risk your own life. But Alex was intrigued. He felt that the time had come to cleanse the Devil's Island of accumulated negativity. During the conversation, he explained that there were 2 main types of monsters on the island. Normal creatures rarely attack adventurers unless they feel directly threatened. But there are also cursed monsters that seem to go crazy and attack almost without stopping. Ronald then suggested capturing several of these creatures, freezing them, and delivering them to the guild for research. They agreed that this was the best option if they really wanted to end the curse of Devil's Island. The next morning, Alex went out on another raid, determined to deal with the situation himself. He looked relaxed and confident, having been here before and feeling almost at home on the island. This time he acted alone and did not wait for reinforcements or his team of adventurers. Suddenly a wolf approached him, which at first glance looked ready to attack. However, it turned out that it was just a proud wolf that had survived several nights on the island and was now trembling with fear. He managed to survive only thanks to the help of an ancient rhinoceros. But without his master, he did not want to stay here for another minute. Now there was no need to worry. The sage had returned and the team was assembled again. They immediately set out to search for the cursed beasts that literally filled the island. The slimes quickly located the nearest targets, and Alex immediately began freezing the aggressive creatures. This task came to him almost lazily. To be honest, he didn't even have time to really strain himself. The mana reserve was still high, but that didn't mean you could let your guard down. The spies began to complain that they were hungry and begged their boss to cook something tasty. He decided not to invent complicated recipes and simply killed one damn monster to make shashlik out of it. The meat was so fragrant that even Alex had trouble maintaining his composure. It seemed as if a heavenly angel had descended straight from the clouds and presented them with this divine dish. The slimes enjoyed their food so quickly that Alex didn't even have time to taste a single piece. Then he noticed that the fire was smoking too much and was attracting unnecessary attention. Literally a minute later, a new crowd of monsters gathered around them, attracted by the smell of blood and roasting meat. Lunch was quickly turning into chaos, and now it was time to grab weapons again and prepare for battle. The great sage immediately got down to business and began to destroy the monsters one by one, not allowing them to get close. He completely cleared the area and even got more of the damn meat for the future barbecue. The slimes were absolutely delighted and were already looking forward to eating without pauses or restrictions today. Looking at this voracious horde, Alex began to get nervous. The slugs eat constantly and multiply endlessly. If this continues, sooner or later, they will take over the entire world, and this will become a very real problem. Besides, they weren't going to share even the smallest piece of meat with the boss, so he had to come up with a clever trick to distract his gluttonous pets, even for a second. He threw one piece of meat away, and all the slugs rushed in that direction with lightning speed. They looked so greedy and merciless, as if they were ready to tear each other's throats out for a tasty dish. Alex knew exactly how to deal with these fools and always stayed one step ahead. As soon as they were distracted by the prey, he quickly grabbed another shish kebab from the fire and tried the damned meat himself. It turned out that the taste was truly incomparable to anything else. The emotions were difficult to express even in words. There's clearly some dark magic hidden in this, because regular meat can't be this delicious. It seems the anomaly makes the animals not only aggressive, but also suspiciously tasty. That's why they can't stop and constantly destroy each other, as if in some kind of frantic cycle. Alex himself is probably now a bit of a tasty steak on the island, so he needs to be careful. Even your own slimes might one day decide that it's worth discreetly roasting your boss on a makeshift grill at night. It's strange that there's still no meat business on such an island. The profits would be simply enormous. After resting a little, the hero continued his journey around the island and moved on. Unexpectedly, he came across one of the great alligators, which are considered a real threat on Devil's Island. The guild warned in advance about such a danger and asked not to engage in combat with the alligator under any circumstances. However, for Alex, this was not a daunting risk, but the perfect challenge, and he just smiled, deciding to test his real limits. The freezing required a huge amount of mana, but the result exceeded even the sage's expectations. Now, among the captured damned creatures, lay a giant alligator, whose size could make even seasoned adventurers tremble. The island was full of such monsters, and one fall always attracted the next monster, as if a chain reaction of rage was triggered. Alex understood that by challenging the island's strongest predators, he had opened a real Pandora's box. Constant attacks had become a regular occurrence for him, and now he had to really try hard to get out of here alive. He hadn't used the freezing technique so often for a long time, and had even become a little unaccustomed to this rhythm of battle. He couldn't use meteors and the death cemetery, because in that case, the monsters' bodies would simply crumble to ashes. The study required intact specimens, and freezing was ideal for this, turning the monsters into ice without damage. Once several alligators were neutralized, Alex urgently contacted his most powerful allies. The ancient rhinoceros was fine, but the proud wolf was almost hysterical from fear and fatigue. The hero realized it was time to take his pets and head home before the island began to go crazy again. On the shore, Alex met his mercenary friends, who, by chance, were also carrying out another order here. They heard rumors about the monster collection quest and came here more for fun than for real work. Blaze and his team collected a record number of gems because they felt absolutely safe with Alex. The captain warned him that deep in the forest, there lived a legendary great alligator, which it was better not to approach. Everyone knew this monster. He killed literally with his eyes closed, and it was impossible to catch him alone. Alex decided not to tell his friends that he had already dealt with this monster. He didn't need any extra panic. The mercenaries also warned him not to light a fire in the forest or fry monster meat, so as not to provoke a catastrophe. Alex realized that he had already managed to make a gigantic mistake, and his heart sank unpleasantly from the realization. In a past life, he had almost lost his job because of a similar situation, and now he definitely did not want a repeat of that nightmare. All adventurers knew that the local monster meat was too tasty and instantly attracted crowds of aggressive creatures. If someone was grilling shashlik, they always risked dying within a couple of minutes. Mercenaries usually didn't make such mistakes. Alex, however, was too inexperienced at that moment and relaxed unnecessarily, which could have cost him his life. Now he understood what he shouldn't do, and he certainly wasn't going to repeat the same stupidity twice. Very soon the ship picked up the fighters and departed for a safe area, leaving the dangerous island behind. The guild leader met Alex personally, glad that he returned alive and without losing a drop of his strength. He arranged a special reception for the hero, since such returns after a raid were considered something incredible. The captured monsters were carefully placed in special research capsules to preserve every detail. In a few days, scientists were supposed to find out the true cause of the Devil's Island anomaly. Ronald had seen many talented adventurers, but he had never met anyone who could catch huge cursed monsters in one day. For a long time, he could not hide his shock, looking at these frozen carcasses, as if pulled out of some ancient legend. The guild was so afraid of these creatures that they didn't even dare publish quests to capture them. Ordinary adventurers were shielded from such threats, but Alex acted as if it were just a training exercise. He walked calmly around the island, caught 3 monsters, and returned as if he had picked mushrooms in the forest. Now that it was all over, he could finally catch his breath and rethink what had happened. Anomalous phenomena were occurring more and more frequently, and this clearly indicated an impending disaster. The world was slowly descending into darkness, and only a hero from another world could stop the impending chaos. Finally, Alex agreed with Ronald to conduct one more, final raid on Devil's Island. Now their goal was to capture ordinary monsters, to compare them with the cursed ones, and identify the root of the problem. The proud wolf was deeply depressed all this time and even thought about committing suicide. Alex gently reassured his pet, promising that today they would just have fun and unwind a bit. They needed to hunt simple monsters that didn't have any crazy skills and didn't pose a mortal threat. It seemed like an easy task, so the ancient rhinoceros and the wolf had to take the initiative. For Alex, it was a great opportunity to simply watch the fight and give the pets a boost of confidence. He was glad to see that the wolf was still able to stand up for himself, despite all the fears he had experienced. Sometimes he cried like a child, but at a critical moment, he always turned on his signature turbo mode. When the monsters were captured, their loud cries attracted unnecessary attention from the forest. Even the sage had to warm up a bit and clear the perimeter with a powerful magical explosion. Continuing on, Alex noticed giant plants that were growing as if by yeast. Slimes immediately realized that the local flora was also surprisingly tasty. This meant that the soil itself was poisoned by the anomaly, and the source of the problem was hidden somewhere in the depths of the island. The further walk brought new difficulties and the feeling that the island was literally breathing danger. A huge alligator appeared out of nowhere, determined to avenge the fall of his brothers. The sage had already prepared a spell, but he was beaten to it by the ancient rhinoceros, who rushed into battle first. For the rhinoceros, it was a matter of honor. He could no longer watch the man do all the hard work for both of them. Alex supported his friend, and together they created a powerful death fist aimed straight at the monster. After such a blow, even the strongest alligator had no chance of resistance. First, the monster was sealed with a barrier, and then its power level was abruptly reduced to a safe minimum. The alligator turned into a harmless doll, completely losing the ability to harm anyone. As soon as one of the battles ended, the slimes excitedly told Alex about a new strange discovery that literally stunned them. In the south of the island, they discovered a hidden cave, inside of which, according to them, something really worth attention was hidden. A huge army of monsters had gathered there, and it looked as if this whole crowd was patiently waiting for something. It was impossible to ignore something like this, because the number of monsters in that pit was simply frightening. At first glance, the monsters seemed small, almost harmless. But now, what was much more important was how many of them had gathered there. The creatures were unable to escape from a deep hole that was located right at the foot of a giant tree. Alex racked his brains, trying to understand what was going on this island and why the army of monsters had decided to gather here. He felt that he was getting close to solving the mystery of Devil's Island and decided to speed up his investigation. Apparently, some incredible force was fueling the huge tree, turning it into a source of anomaly. Thanks to this energy, the monsters received a special curse, becoming tireless and insatiable beasts. There was clearly a secret hidden inside the tree, but now Alex understood that it was neither the most important nor the most urgent. An alarming message arrived at the camp that the monsters were gradually growing and were about to escape from the pit. It seemed as if there were more of them, although in reality, they were simply rapidly increasing in size. To test his guess, Alex decided to resort to an unconventional method of observation. He created an exact replica of the monsters from the pit using magical form reproduction. He then repeated this trick every 5 minutes, carefully watching for changes. Now there was no doubt. The monsters were indeed growing, and so quickly that it looked absurd. At this rate, they will soon break out and fill the island, destroying all adventurers in their path. The disaster that Alex had feared for so long could happen in just the next few minutes. If monsters take over the island, people will lose access to the goddess's tears, which means large-scale disasters will begin on the continent. Therefore, it was important right now to collect the maximum supply of precious stones while there was still some time. As the slimes absorbed the rocks and grew stronger, Alex desperately tried to think of a way to prevent the impending tragedy. He shattered the fused rock deposits with magical blows, speeding up the process and helping the pets eat them faster. But he didn't forget that right now, a large group of adventurers didn't even suspect how dangerous a threat was hidden nearby. The people on the island did not realize that a black avalanche of monsters was almost ready to break out and sweep away everything around. Alex immediately met with Ronald to give him a detailed report on the entire situation. He told him that the situation was critical and that the island would soon be filled with terrifying creatures. This was significantly worse than all previous incidents, and action had to be taken immediately. The guild leader was at a loss. It was clear that he had no idea what step to take next. The problem was that he had no right to simply evacuate the mercenaries without a royal order. Most of the fighters served the kingdom and obeyed only the direct orders of the monarch. If you send a request to the king, the answer will come only in 2 days, and that will already be mortally late. It would have been possible to try to change the ship's course in order to secretly evacuate the mercenaries right now. But to reconfigure the huge ship, a special key was required, which was almost impossible to obtain. Everything looked so confusing that it seemed as if someone had deliberately created the ideal conditions for a disaster. Meanwhile, the huge tree mutated, turning into a giant poisonous flower that released a black, toxic mist. The island was shrouded in a dark aura. The air was filled with the smell of rot, and everything around was filled with a sense of madness. Perhaps it was this fog that poisoned the monsters and turned them into cursed creatures. The proud wolf suddenly felt a surge of power and began to say that he was ready to destroy all evil in his path. He contacted Alex and almost shouted that he would kill to the last, just to cleanse the world. Alex realized that the wolf had completely fallen under the influence of the aura, and he needed to act immediately. He lifted the curse from the pet, instantly turning the formidable monster into a small, frightened dog. Now the wolf was so lost and weak that he urgently needed help and protection. Meanwhile, the monsters grew to the required size and finally broke out of the deep pit. This is probably how all the local creatures are born, which then fill the island with their claws and steel teeth. The situation has become critical. Without support, the slimes will not survive the next minute. Luckily, there was still an ancient rhinoceros nearby, who wasn't afraid even of the devil himself. He grabbed the slimes and ran as fast as if he were in an Olympic sprint final. Ronald still didn't know what to do next, because waiting for the key was too long. He tried to call, write, give commands, but everything was useless. as if the world was ignoring him. And suddenly an unexpected incident occurred that turned the whole situation upside down. An unknown bird descended from the sky, holding a small but obviously very important package in its beak. The guild leader quickly opened it and was surprised to find a letter and a strange metal object inside. This item turned out to be the very key needed to change the course of the huge ship. The letter came from the royal dynasty, which meant only one thing: someone from a higher power was helping Alex and his team. The letter explained that the church had been forewarned of the impending threat by divine providence. To avoid the adventurers' deaths, they sent the key in advance, and now the ship could be immediately taken to safe waters. Hearing the words, divine providence, Alex immediately remembered an old acquaintance who could have been involved. He didn't have time to think for long, but inside he felt a warm relief and a strange calm. After a few minutes, he finally decided to contact Father Donald to find out the truth and get answers. It turns out that it was he who influenced the fate of the guild ship. The Oracle is the only person in the kingdom who can directly communicate with the gods. When he says something, even the king himself is obliged to obey his words. Donald only needed to come up with a few convincing phrases for the king to give him the key to the ship without hesitation. Some will call it a scam. Others will call it a brilliantly planned operation. But now this doesn't really matter, because it's much more important to save the people who ended up on the island. Now that the royal signature officially orders the adventurers to return to the continent, there should be no obstacles. However, time is rapidly running out as the maddened horde of monsters continues to fill the island. Mercenaries have already gathered on the shore, hoping for quick support from the ship. They are confused and don't know what to do, because the ship is too far away. Even an experienced captain admits that he won't be able to land on time. Alex needs to come up with something urgently, and it seems he has an interesting idea. He sent his slippery bird to inspect the perimeter and then prepared to act according to plan. His ice technique has saved his life more than once, and today it will play a decisive role again. The great sage decided to create small icebergs right on the surface of the water, so he was going to build an ice road along which adventurers could jump to the ship. This was the only way to leave Devil's Island and reach a safe ship. But the problem was that the adventurers did not see these icebergs and continued to wait for the ship to come closer. They needed a bright signal, and it could be created without much difficulty. All you had to do was use the legendary technique of magical transurfing, which has been rumored for a long time. The tectonic explosion that thundered on the island frightened even the most desperate warriors. They screamed and realized that they couldn't stay there for another second. Powerful magical attacks began to sweep away the monsters, and the forest flared up so brightly it seemed as if it had been set on fire from 10 sides at once. The adventurers panicked and frantically searched for ways to leave the cursed island. They were afraid to jump into the water because there were too many sharks and sea monsters there. At that moment, Alice noticed the ice islands and suggested jumping across them straight to the ship. It was dangerous, but it was getting hotter behind us and there was no time to think. The adventurers risked their lives again, and some of them did not reach the iceberg. They had to swim a short distance and at the same time fight off sea creatures. The great sage who paved the way for adventurers did not forget about his pets. He ordered them to speed up and leave the Devil's Island as quickly as possible. Even the bravest slimes acknowledged his command and obeyed without question. Now they were finally safe, and even if the island were to crumble to its foundations, it didn't matter anymore. By this point, the sage's mana reserves had been seriously depleted, and he felt slightly dizzy. Alex decided not to wait until he lost consciousness and acted preemptively. All these creatures must be destroyed, even if it means spending every drop of your strength. Otherwise, they might escape and fill the continent with their vile presence. The impact was so powerful that even underground moles would hardly have survived the blast. The shockwave created a huge tsunami that almost covered the ship. A huge nuclear mushroom cloud appeared in the air, frightening even the seasoned captain. Then everything gradually calmed down, and the adventurers were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Watching what was happening, Voight began to guess who could have done something like this. He looked at Alex as if he was hinting that he was the one who did all this. But the sage calmly replied that all this time he had been on the ship next to the others. He did not seek unnecessary attention and preferred to remain a hidden hero. Thanks to the timely strike, the black fog was unable to spread across the entire continent. If this happened, even civilians could turn into crazed zombies. Now that everything had calmed down, it was possible to catch my breath a little. But it was absolutely impossible to forget who was behind the Devil's Island anomaly. Because this magician could repeat his madness. Once the monsters were destroyed, the adventurers wanted to land on the island again. They understood that now, without monsters, collecting the goddess's tears would be much easier. Very soon, a total cleanup and a full-fledged investigation will begin there. Alex calmly returned to a safe place and finally allowed himself to rest a little. His mana was fully restored, and he felt surprisingly invigorated. After that, he decided to meet with the guild leader to find out the latest news. Perhaps we were able to discover at least something and understand who is behind the island's anomalies. But unfortunately, no information has appeared yet, because the heads people are working too slowly. Everyone seems to be in confusion, because the island was almost completely destroyed by the divine man. Now people fear that the goddess's tears may have been damaged, and many cities will be left without food. Many may indeed face hunger, but Alex has foreseen this in advance. He had already collected as many rare resources as he could carry, and now this supply would indeed be enough for at least several peaceful years. Ronald's expression spoke for itself. He was genuinely shocked by the scale of the work that had been done. He heartily thanked the sage for his help and noted that these precious stones could save many people from hunger. After this, the conversation naturally turned to the formation of a special squad that would begin investigating the anomalies on Devil's Island. The leadership of this detachment was entrusted to one of the kingdom's strongest adventurers, a man named Blaze. If Alex really wants to get into this team, he just needs to talk directly to his old friend. The sage was confident that there would be no problems, but the captain's answer was not at all what he expected. Blaze considered Alex too strong and valuable a fighter, and therefore did not want to risk his life in such a dangerous place. Every adventurer who sets out for the Devil's Island already accepts the risk of death. Alex was too important to the whole world, so Blaze did not want to expose him to mortal threat under any circumstances. He asked for only one thing: to stay safe and wait for the team to complete its investigation. On the one hand, it sounded reasonable, but anyone who knows Alex understands that he will still do it his own way. After some thought, he decided to take the plunge and begin his own investigation. He wanted to finish it before Blaze's squad even set foot on the island. To do this, Alex created a strange but reliable wooden ship and set out on a dangerous but necessary voyage. Everything didn't look so scary, because at any moment, he could count on the powerful support of his magic. Together with his pets, the hero hoped to reach the desired point as quickly as possible. However, something unpleasant happened along the way. Giant sharks decided to suddenly attack their ship. We had to behead these monsters to at least slightly calm the enraged wolf. The sharks instantly turned into a full meal, which the slugs ate with great pleasure. Alex personally sliced up the monsters' carcasses with his sword and turned them into a sumptuous meal. Sometimes it seems like this guy should open a restaurant. He really cooks amazingly. Maybe someday he will really retire and just feed people delicious food. Having dealt with the threat, the travelers calmly continued their journey to the island. By evening, they finally reached the place and saw what remained of the once legendary island. There was not a single living soul to be found there, not even a single surviving tree. The entire island turned into a dead wasteland after Alex's own devastating magical attack. Looking around, the sage still felt an unpleasant, oppressive energy in the air. This black power emanated from the place where the legendary great tree once stood. But after looking around more closely, Alex realized that the tree was still standing, charred, but stubbornly alive. Even a powerful magical attack couldn't destroy it completely, and it looked suspicious, as if a curse was at work here. Alex knew almost nothing about curses, so he decided to turn to his friends, in particular Bao, for advice. The dragon admitted that he had little understanding of cursed objects and did not know how he could help. Then the sage called Vanessa. who had been bored in her divine garden for a long time. To deal with the cursed dongua tree, she needed to be able to appear on the island in person. But she can only get there if there is at least one living tree on the island. If Alex hadn't forgotten this peculiarity, he would never have burned the entire island down to bare stone. I had to turn on my brain again and try to grow a small apple tree here. By using growth magic, Alex sped up the process and achieved the desired result. Now the appearance of the dryad on the island became possible, and Vanessa immediately materialized nearby. Finding herself in this gloomy place, she immediately began to study the blackened wood. She quickly realized that the source of the curse was a human being, not a natural disaster. Nature is not capable of creating such a terrible corruption. Only dark magic could have created it. This means that someone is definitely behind this, although the name of the perpetrator remains a mystery for now. The ancient rhinoceros, remembering the past, noted that he had once already encountered something similar. He promised to study the maps and try to remember the place where a similar incident occurred. Alex took pictures of the cursed tree and saved the images for further investigation. After that, he activated a powerful protective barrier and prepared to destroy the dangerous object. It took a lot of effort, but the sage was confident that he could see it through to the end. When the tree exploded, a huge number of dark spirits burst out of it. At first, no one understood what these entities were, but after a few seconds, they evaporated into space. The curse turned out to be incredibly powerful, and understanding its nature will be very difficult. Vanessa wished Alex good luck and returned back to her native lands. After this, the sage collected all the precious stones he could find and prepared to return home. Meanwhile, the slugs organized a large catch and provided the owner with a solid profit. After a short journey, they calmly returned to the continent, wanting to learn even more about the mysterious curses. A few days later, strange people began to appear in the port city. People no one had seen there before. They looked different from ordinary adventurers, and at the same time, they did not look like ordinary travelers at all. Captain Blaze met Alex and reported that the exploration on the island had gone better than expected. There are almost no monsters left there, and now the kingdom has begun inviting professional specialists to continue the work. In a few weeks, they will be able to completely extract all the precious stones from the island, and then the kingdom will finally stop depending on food supplies. It would seem that such news should upset the adventurers, but everything turned out exactly the opposite. It turned out that guys like Blaze fought not only for awards, but also for their bright, almost forgotten ideals. The adventurers dreamed of seeing the kingdom prosper, and now they proudly realize that they have truly achieved this. Now that people are no longer in danger, they can calmly step aside and live a normal life for a while. For many years, they were sure that they would die on Devil's Island, so the coming times seem almost unrealistically bright to them. Blaze said goodbye to his new friend and said that he was proud of how they cleared this damned island together. Someday in the future, they will definitely meet again, but for now, their paths are diverging for a while. The sage allowed himself a few days off, but soon received an urgent message. Ancient Rhinoceros has finally found the very city where he first heard about the curse many years ago. This city is located far from the port, and the journey there will take at least several days. Alex had no choice, so he studied the map, planned his route, and prepared for the journey. In order not to waste time, he decided to leave right now without delaying a minute. The proud wolf received a magical boost and finally returned to his original form. Together with him and the ancient rhinoceros, they immediately set off on their journey, despite the late and dark time of day. After some time, the very same lost city, which is not on any new map, appeared ahead. From the outside, everything looked calm. Quiet streets, a cozy atmosphere, and not the slightest sign of danger. There were suspiciously few people, and almost all of them turned out to be old people. Alex didn't meet a single young man, which immediately made him wary. He feared that the city might be under the control of the Blue Lagoon, like many other places. However, he did not feel any threat and calmly headed to the local guild office. There, an unexpected surprise awaited him. For the first time, he saw a guild consisting exclusively of old people. There were only elderly adventurers around, and it was hard to believe that they were still carrying out dangerous missions. Seeing the young man, everyone visibly tensed up and tried to find out his profession. When it became clear that he was a tamer, the old people immediately decided that he would be of little use. Apparently, this profession is underestimated here too, although Alex immediately said that it was too early to write him off. To check on the newcomer, Old Master Albus emerged from the depths of the room. He was once a great adventurer, but now he was peacefully living out his well-deserved retirement. But as soon as he looked at the guy, he instantly sensed incredible potential in him. Albus was even surprised that in front of him was actually an ordinary tamer. Alex wanted to get at least some kind of task, but the old people were clearly in no hurry to trust him. Then he mentioned that he had magical skills and could be useful. Talented adventurers are rare in these parts, but the problem still needed to be solved. Ghosts began to appear in the city, disturbing residents' peace and disrupting their nighttime rest. Several years ago, they were destroyed by a local sorceress, but now she has gone to the spirit world. Alex said that he could use magic too, but this statement only caused a wave of negativity. The old men had never met a tamer with magical skills and decided that he was lying, but the boy stood his ground. In the end, he was entrusted with the task and asked to deal with the ghosts. Such spirits can only be destroyed by magic, although they themselves attack with claws and are quite dangerous. Having listened to all the available information, the next morning, the sage set out on his mission. The whole team looked scared, and Proud Wolf even considered putting on a diaper for the sake of confidence. It seemed like he was afraid of absolutely everything, and in a fight, this could become a real problem. The sage had to strengthen him with magic again, and only then did the wolf stop trembling and was ready to fight. Ghosts were seen in different parts of the forest, and they moved as if drawing a circle on a map. It could have been a simple coincidence, but for some reason the sage doubted such an explanation. As he walked around, he noticed that even the slugs were incredibly scared. It turned out that they had contacted the local slimes and learned that the ghosts were attacking everyone indiscriminately. Alex was forced to use magic again. Otherwise, his allies would simply refuse to go further. For several hours in a row, they could not find a single spirit. Then, magical stones began to appear throughout the forest, scattered as if after a battle. These stones resembled the cores of monsters that remain after their destruction. It looks like someone has already killed a large number of spirits in this forest. The old men didn't talk about any other adventurers, which looked suspicious. Finally, for the first time in a long time, a rustling sound was heard in the bushes. A huge ghost emerged from there and immediately rushed at the slimes. As soon as Alex rushed to help, the ghost suddenly disappeared. It's funny, but exactly the same situation repeated itself several more times in a row. Ghosts appeared in different parts of the forest, but disappeared as soon as the sage ran there. This meant that they felt his aura and were simply afraid to come closer. All this is interesting, but the main question immediately arises. Why are ghosts so afraid of the sage? Rhinoceros suggested that the incredibly powerful aura that Alex still couldn't control was to blame. It turns out that if a magician possesses enormous power, he must learn to restrain his internal energy. Otherwise, it begins to live a life of its own. Previously, Alex simply directed this power outward, trying to destroy monsters, but now he realized that everything is much more complicated. His magical potential creates a real storm around him, which in itself destroys ghosts. Now it's enough to simply approach the spirit, and it will instantly evaporate from Alex's aura alone. It's funny that in his past life, he was afraid to even touch the handrail on the bus so as not to disturb anyone. Now it's the other way around. His mere presence is capable of wiping a dangerous monster off the face of the earth. This guy is becoming more and more interesting to watch every day, as if he is revealing a new level of strength. Deep in the forest, he suddenly discovered other ghosts, ones that looked much more like people. These spirits looked calm and did not even try to attack the slimes. Alex became interested in them and decided to try to talk through one of the slugs. He possessed the slime and began asking questions directly to the strange ghosts, but everything went badly. The spirits were terrified of his ability to speak. They had never seen slimes that could talk before, and they immediately started attacking. The plan failed, and Alex decided to look for more adequate ghosts in another part of the forest. But the result was the same. The spirits attacked, and several slimes were harmed. I had to move away, take a rest, and wait until the slugs recovered. When they came to, Alex noticed another ghost deep in the forest. He decided to take another risk and try to at least establish a normal dialogue with someone. Running closer, he saw a girl in front of him, so beautiful that for a second one could think that she was alive. But then Alex finally realized that he was dealing with a spirit, not a man of flesh and blood. The girl didn't react to his words in any way, even when he tried to say hello. Then she looked him over carefully from head to toe and seemed to recognize him. She had heard of a devil tamer named Alex, who was wreaking havoc on the enemy's ranks. The rumors seemed to make him out to be a monster, painting a picture far darker than reality. In fact, Alex was a friendly guy, and there was definitely no need to be afraid of him. He learned that the girl hated the bad ghosts who had been tormenting her in this forest for many years. Once she saw that Alex was destroying these spirits, she immediately decided that he was not an enemy and that she could become friends with him. She said that she had previously communicated with representatives of the Blue Moon and knew that Alex was considered a candidate. These vile people discussed the failure of their plans and blamed everything on some small tamer. The girl said that many years ago she ended up in the Blue Moon laboratory. There they performed monstrous experiments on her, after which she turned into a ghost. Since then, she has hated the Blue Moon organization and everyone associated with it. Alex decided to take advantage of the chance and promised to help her get revenge. All he needs is at least some source of information. The girl agreed to help and gestured for him to follow her. She didn't give his name. She died too long ago and simply doesn't remember it. Her memory is almost erased, and she no longer knows her place of birth or her past. The only thing she remembers clearly is that very laboratory where the nightmarish experiments took place. The laboratory was nearby, but the closer they got, the worse the girl felt. Apparently, some kind of protective barrier prevents her from approaching this place. So she asked Alex to go on alone and destroy the vile cultists on his own. The sage thanked her and promised that he would kill each of those who ruined her life. After this, he continued on his way alone and soon felt powerful waves of anomalous energy. Ahead of him awaited a strange tower, that same hidden laboratory. The building was clearly the work of a great architect, but one detail immediately caught the eye. There were no windows or doors at all, making it extremely difficult to get inside. It looks like the Blue Moon has wiped out most of the local population. The youth disappeared completely, and only old people remained in the city. All this was necessary for monstrous experiments that no one was supposed to know about. It's time to uncover this secret and get to where ordinary people are not allowed. Getting inside turned out to be very difficult, and Alex spent a long time considering his options. In the end, they and the slimes found a way to get through the ventilation. Once inside, they began to look for the main hall where the experiments were carried out. The path turned out to be long and confusing. No one could even imagine where it would lead next. Only thanks to their tiny size and slippery bodies were slimes able to squeeze through the narrowest cracks. At some point they got trapped and almost died. Even inside the ventilation shafts, deadly mechanisms were installed. Alex had to use magic to save his pets. A little later they reached the main hall, and at that moment, a loud explosion was heard. Taking a closer look, Alex saw that there was a flurry of activity going on inside the laboratory. At the head of the entire process stood an adult man who shouted furiously at his assistants. He scolded them for another failure and threatened to punish them severely if it happened again. Having overheard the conversation, Alex realized that it was the boss and his slaves. The slave trade is prohibited in this territory, but Blue Moon doesn't give a damn about the law. Everything that was happening was reminiscent of the black companies from his past life. In such places, human rights were always violated, and people were paid mere pennies. That's why there are no doors or windows in the laboratory, so that no one can escape. All this is created so that the slaves are completely locked inside. As Alex continued eavesdropping, he heard something particularly interesting. The staff discussed the disruption of one of the main plans on Devil's Island. They created a particularly poisonous tree, but their plan was destroyed by a new hero of humanity. Apparently, Blue Moon has spies in the guilds. This is the only way to explain why they learn the news almost instantly. This means Alex will have to destroy not only the Blue Moon, but also their spies. He has a long road ahead of him because this is the only way to save the world from their influence. In conversations, employees called Alex a real devil. Rumors turned his personality into a myth. In the eyes of his enemies, he became almost supernatural. Some said he was immortal. Others said he was just a cunning adventurer. But most of the Blue Moon were sure that they were fighting against a demon. Alex even liked the fact that they were afraid of him. It gave him a serious advantage.